Dobro Pažalovat, hello everybody, and welcome back to Revival Tournament, hosted by Revival Divisions League. My name is Mathis, and I'm your host and one of your casters for tonight. We are still in best of 5 only territory. Today we are wrapping up round 3 of the lower bracket, and after this match, only 4 teams remain. I don't have a super long intro today, I just got home from work, I'm drenched in sweat, I haven't had anything to drink or eat, but the show must go on, and here we are. The trailer you saw at the beginning was made by Torsolman, and in case you missed it, head on over to our YouTube channel, use !YouTube in the chat, or check the links below this Twitch stream to be redirected straight to our YouTube channel, from where you can also see this match, by the way, so as we always multi-stream. Don't forget to subscribe once you've arrived there, there's plenty to come in the future. And if you're watching us on Twitch and haven't followed us yet, why not join? Just like subscribing to us on YouTube, it's free, and you can always change your mind later. If you want to get a better understanding of the bracket, considering a 12-team tournament with randomized seeding can be pretty confusing to look at a first glance, and the design you see on screen does not satisfy your needs, you can try typing !challenge in the chat. You will be redirected to our challenge page, where you can track exactly the progress of the tournament. While you're at it, don't forget about our Discord channel. Type !Discord in the chat to join the community server, in case you want to reach out or need to read up on the rule set. Everything you may ever need can be found on our Discord server. That's all the formalities covered. Now to introduce my co-caster for this upcoming matchup, it is my great pleasure and privilege to announce a potential first for competitive Dead by Daylight, at least at this stage, that 2 IRL friends get to cast a match together. I introduce my good friend Zackle. Good evening.
Hello, Mathil. No, thanks for the warm introduction, as always. It's pleasure to be back. Had a lot of fun the last game in round 2 that I casted with Focus and Cyber. And now, well, I guess I'm following Loser's Bracket. Round 3, best of 5 this time, so a bit of a longer matchup. And two teams who I honestly want to say that we could kind of see maybe another longer series like we saw with Invictus Mercy. These guys definitely have the potential to take each other down, so I think it's one that the audience can be excited for. Looking at the sets, what do we have for today? It was starting off with Spirit Pale Rose. Well, I say Pale Rose, it was switched, and I my short-term memory loss forgot which map it was changed to. If you'd like to remind me. Spirit first set. This is a Wee Jason specialty. Oh, it's an umbrella pick, so they've picked this into Wee Jason. Very interesting choice for them. I want to say that people usually take that away from him, and I'm wondering why they've picked it. It's kind of it's pretty. I don't know, the scales of probability now. I'm not sure he's going to take this first set. What do you think of Spirit in terms of Umbrella? Because I've not really seen it from them, but I do know Wee Jason to be pretty special on this one.
Well, Zach, there's only one word I really need to utter. Bobo. That's one of his main killers. Has been for multiple years. He's been very well known on this killer. It did not surprise me at all to see that once again Team Umbrella would pick this killer. Then the map decision relies on the other team. So the way it works is that every killer has 3 maps in the pool. Then the opposing team, the team that did not pick the killer, gets to ban the first map. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm stupid. The way it works is then the team that picked the killer bans the first map, so there's 2 remaining, and then the opposing team picks the remaining map of the 2. So we set up another quick pick and ban up just before this match, because obviously Pale Rose got kill switched, I think a couple hours ago, maybe less. That is the map they originally agreed on, or the map that Sinners ended up picking, and I offered, I'm just gonna offer Grim Pantry as a replacement. I'm not just gonna go with the other 2, which would have been Ironworks of Misery 1, and one of the Azros maps. And yeah, they've once again decided to go to Backwater Swamp, which doesn't really surprise me at all. It's pretty good for Spirit, isn't it? With the sounds.
Yeah.
They're unique on that map.
Yeah. Yeah, it does offer it does offer that sound element, which is definitely an important element for Spirit. But the one thing about this map in particular is, whilst it does have that sound advantage. It is a much larger map compared
Yeah.
to what Spirit's usually played on, and that is one thing that really does favor the survivors. Whenever we see it on this realm, you do quite often see players play for that max distance, play for that corner of the map where the Spirit's really going to struggle to at least traverse a decent amount of distance with that first phase. She's always, if they play their spacing correctly, it's very hard for the Spirit to have a lot of map presence. And if, for example, she's committing to the side of the map, it allows those rotations to come through. It's so much. I would say it's much more survivor-sided than something like Wreckage Yard for me. You are very susceptible to 3 gens and pretty concentrated areas of the map as usual, but that map size is definitely a factor in, I think, why players would favor it, aside from Wreckage Yard or whatever it might be. So yeah, that's one thing at the top of my mind. I've seen spirits like Pedro just get stealthed at the start for like 5 minutes before. Like I've seen all sorts of survivor shenanigans. So whilst in my head I'm thinking this might be a killer showdown between Bubbo and Jason, is also, I think, something that the survivors can kind of have in their pocket as putting in a good performance. That's my thoughts on it. I'm very interested to see the ping side of things as well. DMS. I mean, this is a Russian team versus a South American team, so I actually don't know if you can get any further apart unless you're in the realms of unless you're in the realms of like OCE. So that's another thing that's going to play into this. But yeah, Spirit, Grim Pantry. There's a couple of things I think we consider differently, but I think that's what we have to look forward to.
It's an important point you raise with the size of the map. I mean, yeah, of course, we can always argue, well, Spirit should be pretty good on the map, considering the footsteps are so loud and the dank and moist soil, I want to say. I mean, it's a swamp. That's just the environment, so obviously your treads are going to be really, really bloody loud. But I mean, Zach, one thing I really need to point out before we go into the game, we've got a bit of a personal history casting this map, or any backwater swamp map.
The jetty.
I assume nobody remembers the jetty incident, but that was probably one of the most annoying casts we've done together, and we just could not stop laughing about the fact that, I mean, if you're not familiar, there's multiple ways to say docks, right? There's a couple different words for it in the English language, and one is jetty, and we find it very funny. But yeah, we're just gonna get it out now before we keep repeating ourselves in game and start laughing about it again.
How can I forget the jetty? I felt like I've done you a disservice for getting that.
Well, here's your gentle reminder. Well, I mean, yeah, we're getting dangerously close to already loading into our first game, so let's just cover the ground with the killers we've got after as well. We've got Slash on Greenville Square, which is a conscious pick. The map is not randomized. That is what Umbrella wanted to see. Maybe, just maybe, because we did see Sinner's tie on Slasher last time against Invictus, I think it was. No, it wasn't Invictus, it was. I forgot who it was. Unlucky. But yeah, maybe this is like the opportunity now where maybe Umbrella tried to take advantage of the way the map pick and ban works. Because obviously, yeah, the team that picks the map gets to also ban the first, so that's the one map they don't want to play on, but there's still two options. So the point for that is that if you're not comfortable with a certain killer, that you can kind of try to pick the bad map for your opponent, so they get something that they're uncomfortable with to make it more even leveled. That is maybe what Umbrella were thinking here. But I mean, Greenville Square is gonna be funny. What's like killers that you've seen? Because I think I can only remember Doctor and Oni on that map.
Oni, I was gonna say that's the one killer I remember. But this is a killer. It's interesting, right? Because I guess in terms of my interactions with comp, this is probably my first Slasher set that I've seen.
Yeah.
And I can't say that I've seen him on Macmillan. Sulfur Pit, I think it was. Sulfur Pit 1. I don't know if that was... I think that was played in Revival. That was maybe the map you're talking about being played previously. Or it's in the pool that's been picked. But yeah, here's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of those like mid-map fillers where you can really deny the M2. And there's a lot of tile in my head. I'm just thinking about, I guess, how it works in the micro. But in terms of macro, I think this is a map where he probably will do pretty well on, considering you always have that concentration of gens in the mid map, and the survivors are probably going to be desperately working towards breaking that. But yeah, very interesting if that's a conscious decision that they've made for Greenville. Maybe they've scrimmed it and they just thought, like, this isn't possible for like Survivor, so are going in with the expectation that Bubba will set like a really good result. Who knows? But yeah, and then that's set 2. It looks like we're loading into the spirit set, so bit of action on the jetty for you and me, Mathis. But here we go.
How dare you? How dare you? We've loaded into our first match of today. We've got Bobo representing Team Umbrella against the survivors of Team Sinos. Since you can't see the add-ons in the bottom left due to the still ongoing spectator mode bug, he is in fact running green duration and blue recharge rate. That's also an add-on that Bobo is really fond of, and he finds Bucky ridiculously early here. And then to mention the perks, pretty generic build. I want to say nothing out of the ordinary with that Ruin Pain Res. And if we give it a quick listen, yeah, that's just Bucky gonna be eliminated right from the get-go. That's a really difficult find, isn't it? I'm assuming he was trying to cross to the other side of the map, trying to leave this corrupt
I think he was on Ruin.
Area.
I think he got found on Ruin.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, because the totem's over there. I see him kind of awkwardly looking back, thinking, guys, I'm not going to be able to cleanse. Bobo making that conscious effort to go straight to it. And that's probably something we didn't really cover on the pre-show. It's the totem spawns on this map.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's another annoying part of it, like, in terms of Survivor side. So, yeah, like, Ruin, whilst it is a standard perk, I think it's one that you would like to run on this map if you can, but if the Survivor spawns on it, then, I mean, it's just unlucky, I suppose. Already finding his second hit. Bucky still on the hook, waiting for that rotation to come through. He did make an effort to hide behind main, and it's going to take a while before Bobo will make it back. I think he wants to commit this chase, though. No, he swaps over to the gen. Found another survivor, and they tried to trick him with the scratch marks, but that's the game sense and his experience on the killer to know those survivor antics. Committing chase, Fedinet still injured. It's going to be a bit of progress towards pressure, but yeah, Adelov's not going to last very long. Opted to stay away from the shack and go towards the jetty.
No, we were appreciating the sheer size of the map, because still, it's Grim Pantry. And also the totem spots, I mean, they can just appear, or they can just spawn edge map, where you'll never be able to find it unless you invest a good 1 or 2 whole minutes into it. And at that point, you might as well just do a generator and just power through it. The loaf on hook. We said big map, which typically means it should be a slow macro game for the killer, right? So he shouldn't be able to get down super quickly. He's got 2 at 5 gens. The totem is cleansed over my wee Jason, who's gonna be able to make it away just in time as well, thanks to that sprint burst he had available. But we're gonna get a cheeky hit. No, I think he's just gonna apply that eruption and probably abandon Jason, unless wee Jason runs right into him, because we did see him jump about and frolic downstairs in main. He is found again. Bubba might just try to go for another fresh here, because obviously 1 is going to be eruption on that main building, and 2, it would be another pain resonance if he tries to go for it. He has exhausted both of those pain res stacks. Oh, that's a difficult find onto Bucky, though. That could be a tunnel out potentially now. He's got that finesse, but it's not going to be enough. Does have that live available at least, so it is going to give him a good amount of distance. We see Fedinit just crouching there egotistically. Or as, what was the name? Time would say in 2018 and 72 hours, solo renegade bastard. There's gonna be like 2 people that recognize that reference, but I'm happy I got it out of the way. Second stage on Bucky at 5 gens, 3 stages in total. That is rough, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that they invest a lot of time into getting that, getting themselves reset and that totem cleansed. You see the progression is building up slowly. But the second stage at 5 gens is only going to benefit Bobo in this spirit game. Wants that 3v1, pretty standard, but looks like he's very invested in protecting. Oh my god, jump scare, dropped right onto the phasing spirit. Jason's going to continue chase. Bobo has made it very clear he has no interest chasing there. Wants to stick to this bot side. Where is Forge? I mean, could be even like a 5-gen. It's very, very high concentration of gens. You've got one up on docks.
Oh yeah.
And then you have 3 by the shack area. And yeah, I think it's the one that's mid-map over towards the 2-story house over on the left-hand side is relatively unsafe. So Bubba's going to be able to disrupt a lot of survivor progression if he just kind of plays to this mid-map. That's why he's not interested in the slightest in going anywhere over there. And they're only just starting to do those gens, so this could be pretty troublesome for Sinners, I want to say.
You're also deep in that pocket, so it's hardly possible to get the Anuk at that point. And you're very right, I haven't even realized this, but the generators are pretty, packed together quite tightly here and around Shack. We've got 3 generators right around Shack. What is this Volgargy? It's actually incredible to look at.
You can like play around it in normal circumstances, but this is in like phase territory, so you're gonna have to pre-run for your life if you want to have any chance of denying like injuries, pressure, and I think Bobo's just gonna be chilling really for the. This might be a long 3v1, Mathis.
Which I really didn't expect. I mean, Spirit's typically a faster paced set.
Oh my!
Vedenet gets demolished with the pallet. I mean, he doesn't really make it far away, does he? He doesn't have any exhaustion perk for some reason equipped either. He only has that adrenaline. This isn't some old school balancing where you can only have 1 exhaustion perk at a time on your build, so he would definitely be able to run something besides adrenaline. Opted to not go with it. The smash hit would have been fantastic there, would have gotten out of that scenario, but now with Vedenet going down mid-map, that's just going to give Bubba another opportunity to reclaim a second potential death hook from first stage inside of his his web here of generators.
3 survivors over here. Going for that reset. Bubba is actually on chase with Wee Jason. And I think all survivors were here in this all concentrated corner of the map. We're going to hold W, but there should be a quick injury. This is Deloff, actually. I've seen Wee Jason play Story, so I got baited just then. Take the injury. The reset comes through onto Vedenet. And there is a pallet here. And we do get the drop on the safe side. That should give some distance over to main building. And Bubbo is going to leave the Tory injured. And making it very clear that he wants to hold on to these gens. Probably confident he could achieve that 4K3, 4K2. Every second's going to count, and just unfortunate. Giving pallet control over to Bubba means Vedenet's going to take that injury, and that's a medium vault. It's going to be very close. Does make the fast vault back in, but will fall a second stage and an injury onto Deloff. Jason will pop a gen over on this side of the map, but Bubba is. Never mind, it's pain res. I completely forgot that he's still got like 2 stacks left, I think. Jason's his last. And the survivors. I think he should make that gen. Yeah, that is definitely going to pop, isn't it?
But this fine should guarantee the 4K2 no. Because obviously Bubba's trying to play this really slow, because he knows fully well that if he commits to a chase outside of his gens, he is risking not getting the 4K3 or maybe not even the 4K2. So that is why he didn't take these risks. Then just Vedenet kind of played a bit too aggressively here, so it did convince Bubba to, in the end, commit to this down. Our survivors get the Anuk in the meantime. I mean, with Deloff being down so far away, I mean, he's not hooked now, but our survivors still have to make the effort of running all the way to the other side of the map. And I'm not sure if Vedenet is going to survive this for very long, because remember from the first chase, he does not have an exhaustion perk on this build. So, nothing available, and Bubba just got super lucky there that Vedenet didn't vault. I mean, maybe it was a very educated, very confident guess here that Vedenet wasn't going to. That's a second execution. 2 generators left remaining in the trial, and I doubt that they had any other pressure really exerted on any of these generators, so this should guarantee a 4K2 for Bubba if he manages to connect this kill with a quick find and the quick start of a new chase.
Yeah, inevitably he's going to be able to monitor the progress the next chase he commits to has to be, well, it has going to have to be a long one on the survivor side. But yeah, whenever you see a 2v1 in comp, it's basically just GG, and it's me and you sat here waiting for it to end. Looks like they want to concentrate his attention over towards main, which is to be expected, given Jason going to be working that shack generator. Actually, a little bit confused about where he went. Yeah, he did drop down. Yeah. That'd be why. Yeah, Jason playing this very cautiously. The second that he's out of Delof's sight, Jason's playing for stealth. This is going to be a pretty long, drawn-out one. They really want to work for this 4th gen. And Jason essentially just needs to not be found here. If he gets found over towards these gens, which he does, I think he's got sprint burst to work with at least. What the? Back's turned. Don't need to look at my opponent.
Cool guys watch away from explosions type of deal. I don't understand. Maybe he was trying to make him taste the back there.
This is the vibe you want in chase, right? This is the spirit player. And Delof's back on that gen. He's got about 30% on it. Oh, he tries to... Wait. I know that's a tech, but just doing it out in the open? I don't know. He leaves.
He really wants this 4K too. It doesn't surprise me at all because, as you've already pointed out, Jason on the Sinner side, he might as well also just 4K this on 2, 4K this on 3, even against the likes of Umbrella, because you have to keep the ping in mind. These are the 2 teams that are technically on the polar opposite ends of the planet when we take a look at all the teams that are part of our tournament, and Below somehow gets the stun here. Still, yeah, no smash hit in use, so not sure he's going to be able to get that balanced landing in time. He's trying to distract Bubba here with a bit of a crouch. He's got both of them injured and completely separated nonetheless, so Bubba is trying to bank on... Well, never mind. Bubba was trying to bank on separating them, so once both of them are injured, he wouldn't be able to get... he would always be able to find one of them sooner or later, but they actually managed to regroup behind main. Bubba was trying to find the reset, though. He should be...
I think he reads it. Yeah, he does.
Hail Mary.
That's such a battle of game sense right there. Bubba's right there thinking, what would I do if I was on 2v1? I would regroup for a reset. I would get that rotation. Actually drops it on the safe side. The close side. That's a bit of a tech you can do against... Oh. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's not going to work. That 4K2 secured. And I mean, that was a really valiant effort from the Sinner survivors. They completely playing towards those 2v1 decisions, grouping up for a reset. Although I think that at this level, Bubba's going to have... he's very confident in his ability to read those decisions. Yeah, I think a good effort to try and make a stand towards maybe a 4K1, but it was never going to be.
I mean, at that point with 2 survivors injured, there's absolutely no shot you're ever going to try to pressure out gens, especially with Eruption and Pay as well, so assuming that one of the survivors manages to have I want to try to stay within the realistic within realistic boundaries here. 60 seconds, even then, after you'd have that eruption proc. So even, yeah, I mean, then the gen would just be blown up and you'd be very comfortable in getting back, or returning to that generator as a spirit player and interrupting it thereafter. So in any regard, that would have, a 2v1 and 2 gens remaining, that is guaranteed, that cemented 4K2 territory, and it didn't surprise me that we are indeed seeing that as the grand result as well.
Yeah, so I was playing, I think that early find onto Bucky, it was, I want to say, a bit of a risk to go for that cleanse. I didn't actually see him go for the cleanse, but the fact that he was just kind of stood walking there would indicate that he was there trying to cleanse this. I mean, here it is, yeah. Running away from that totem area, that totem on the right-hand side. Made that attempt to cleanse, but I think you kind of have to anticipate, you know, if Ruin's in play, Pablo's probably going to want to defend it. So you can always go for that safer approach. And I kind of alluded to it with the whole stealthing at the start. That is a strategy that survivors employ against Spirit, especially when they are running totems on this map. But yeah, Bucky, very, very aggressive towards that totem cleanse. definitely gave Bobo a bit of a head start in that early game. And yeah, it effectively snowballed because we saw him, eliminated at like 4 gens left.
Around that time, yeah. He did get 2 hooks on Bucky at 5 gens remaining even. We did have 1 hook further in the trial on Deloif, or at the start as well. I say further in the trial because on the clock it said 3 minutes, but in-game it was not even 1 gen done yet. But yeah, he had 3 hooks at 5 gens, and I did already predict that this was going to be a very bad omen for Team Sinners, and finishing off very, very strong with 4K on 2 on a huge map like Grim Pantry. And keep in mind, against Spirits, you may, because she is a tier 2 killer, you may not have any of the second chance perks available, but the Survivors... And Iron Will is also the only individually banned perk, but Survivors have all healing perks, they have all exhaustion perks. For some reason we didn't see an exhaustion perk on one of the Survivors, and instead the Adrenaline that never came to fruition. Considering, yeah, I mean, obvious circumstances, considering the last generator never popped. It was a bit of a doozy, and especially this late game as well, because, I mean, we had Deloif and Jason as the only 2 Survivors standing, gets a lucky stun here, but then Bobo just immediately, yeah, you know what, I'm not gonna waste this time, I'm gonna return, but then Deloif very, I mean, thankfully to Bobo, just runs back into the map, which is just gonna tell Bobo, I mean, yeah, you might as well just commit to this chase now, because you'll be pressuring mid-map as well as this chase. They regroup behind main, but yeah, Zach, I mean, we both know what's about to happen, right?
Yeah, it does find this reset, inevitably. That's what I mean, like, it's a valiant attempt. The only thing they can do in that situation is reset, because you don't want to be injured in a 2v1 against the Spirit. That's going to be the first one to fall. This is... I want to say he was so accurate. I mean, this is the Bobo Spirit. I think it was maybe 1 phase that he missed. But in terms of his accuracy on those phases, that also was just a massive contributor to his pressure. He's just... They couldn't get to even past 1 pallet before taking an injury pretty much every time. They're already in a bad area. They're already taking early hits, getting early pressure. I think it was just a complete like recipe for success for Bobo. But that's the story for the first trial. We're now loading into the second one. We, Jason, going to be aiming for that tie, probably, maybe even a win. We've seen 4K3s on Spirit for him. And we know that he does have the capability to combat such a result. So all that remains is to wait and see.
Well, I've seen it happen before. Can never be surprised by anything in DBD anymore at this point, but somehow the game still does keep surprising us whenever there's some ludicrous plays by our Survivors. And also, if anyone remembers, I think that was 2 weeks ago by now when we had the bugged tile spawn on Shelter Woods 1 that kind of just killed me for that entire match. But yeah, now we're in Jason's territory on Grim Pantry again. He's got Dragon Script this time, hoping probably that he can get a cheeky early down at the start. Finds the magic similarly quickly to Bobo finding Bucky last game as well, but the magic does come prepared with that balanced landing on the tower that he uses and avoids the first phase. The second attempt on it avoids as well. The second phase he avoids on top of that. Playing really nice with the scratch marks, leaves them all the way to the tile and then just immediately holds W or then continues to walk through it, throwing off with Jason, who's obviously thinking, well, yeah, the scratch marks ended here, so it might be camping it. No, the magic playing really nicely for distance. Does get almost caught off guard here, but reaches the pallet one more time. This has been a much better chase than last time.
This is a really good chase from the magic. Using this window into the filler very effectively. Jason will eventually get him, but I want to say that's going to be enough chance to maybe get a gen completed. Certainly, in comparison to the last game, that's going to be really important progress for Umbrella. And that's when you have 4K2, you're trying to go for that. You need a good, strong early game, especially on Spirit.
Past 70, by the way. Yeah, 3 split Zackle. 3 generators past the 70% mark, as he did already just point out. Gotta back it up with some good gen progress, and if any team bought Umbrella, I swear. We see Grenell taking the hit, but his generator was dangerously close to popping, as well as Hardwoods and Swatters. We did just have... Of course, he doesn't turn his camera to it. Pretty sure that was Swatto who got the Onyx, so Hardwood was about to pop his generator. Now Magic will of course be pursued one more time. Here's the tunnel out. Candidate for Jason here. But considering the pressure we've seen exerted by our Umbrella survivors, I don't think he's going to die before 2 or maybe even 4 generators pop. Does go down a second time here, no anti-tunnel on him. Because again, no second chances against Spirit. But this is already starting to look really rough.
Yeah. Yeah, main about to pop. I think it was also... this one's just getting started. Jason not going to interrupt it, and I think the survivor efficiency here is really hurting his chances. And he has to commit this. I mean, he can't like reliably like they're so far away. That's what I was saying. Like, I think there's a bit more of a generous gen spread for this one. I think Umbrella have recognized that and are going for the most optimal positions. You got this one over by 2-story, that one over on the far end. But this is why this is one of the benefits of it being such a large map. The survivors can really spread pressure and just basically force you to one end of the universe whilst they're doing a gen on Narnia on the other side. We've kind of had like 2 demonstrations of why the killer's so strong on this map and also why the survivor side is so strong. And Tycon's already met Mathil.
We're not giving Jason a kiss there, but I'm pretty sure we're about to see... Oh, hello. Never mind. Immediately finds the magic here, but I'm pretty sure we're about to see that 4th generator pop. Because, I mean, so far, we've only really seen 1 survivor occupied for every down to go get the unhook, and Jason hasn't been able to pressure any of the other survivors off these generators. The magic does die at 2 generators remaining, but is it going to be 2 for long is the question, because Hardworld's gen is also now nearing the 80% mark. Granout's gen... Oh, doubling it, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and Swatter is just here to be a nuisance, but I'm pretty sure Jason sees through the facade here. Well, his generator's also past 80. I mean, what do you do at this point anymore? He does have that dragon script, but I'm not sure he's gonna come back from this. Also, quick note on the add-on, he's running the exact same as in the previous game, so Muddy Sports Day cap and the Rusty Flute for extra speed and extra recharge.
I think he's very clearly recognized that. He can't really commit to any chase without certifying at least some form of regression on the map. But yeah, this will secure the win for Umbrella in this first set. So congratulations to them. And you want to say it was a very strong performance from Bubbo, but equally as strong as a performance on the Survivor side too. I think that they've completely shut out Sinners in this first set. And with it being their pick and our kind of expectations we set for the matchup, I think yeah, wasn't expecting it to be so one-sided.
The Survivor side is so scary. That's Umbrella have currently. They play extremely aggressively when they know they can. I mean, we've had the magic and chase, but I feel the moment the chase started, we already had 3 survivors, 3 split on different ends of the map. So no matter what Jason does, even if he gets the down quickly, there's always going to be at least 2 gens pop from that early game, even because, I mean, best case scenario for him, he interrupts 1 generator after the unhook. But then you might as well just have a 3rd or 4th survivor run in for this unhook as well. And it's very evident that our survivors are trying to play for the outs here. Currently sitting at 4 stages with 1 survivor executed. And that generator is dangerously close. So it's definitely not far from... we might be getting closer to the end of this trial than we think. Of course, they have to play around that Dragon Script, because Dragon Script is not only that... yeah, strong because of that exposed status effect that would give the survivor. It's also just straight up area denial.
Yeah, it's ultimately a regression perk in its own right, because you know that if you touch it, you are going to be exposed. Ooh. And that's a really nice, well-timed firecracker. It's going to give Hardwell a lot of distance. Jason is hot on the trail. And a nice short phase is going to secure the first hit. But ultimately, Jason only has a certain amount of time that he can commit to any one certain chase. Getting a down in this area is a benefit. But yeah, I think they're doubling that gen over there. I don't know, I'm not sure how close it is to completion. Oh, they've already got the rotation in. They're playing it as safe as they possibly can. But at least, I want to say, that's a bit more of a better position for our killer player here.
I swear they had that other generator near the tower as well that they had so far, no? I mean, yeah, they're scared of touching it because of Dragon's Grip, and both are healed now. But I feel they would have easily had enough time to get back on this generator, because it can only be one survivor that is exposed. So during Hardwood's chase, one could have touched it, and then hit edge map maybe. And then the second would have been able to continue working on it. Beautiful stun by Swatter, wins both pallets downstairs main, might I add. Does have exaltation, so he just got his flashlight upgraded. That's phenomenal. That's really funny. I mean, then that means he's got a sports flashlight now, because obviously yellow flashlights are allowed. So he's going to have more charge, because yeah, the charges deplenish slower when with the sports flashlight. It has a built-in low amp filament. If you're familiar with that add-on. Swatter takes the chase down to basement as well, wasting so much time, and makes the pallet as well. Does he win it one more time? I don't think so, no. We Jason with a really nice prediction on the pallet here. Will be able to get that down onto Swatter. And he might just be placed right in that basement where he provoked we Jason to go originally. But that also guarantees no pain risk. So, which he does have one more stack remaining. Would have been on Grenouts, so Swatter's hook doesn't matter here regardless. They pop the final generator. And that would be a good 5 stages out the gate if they let Swatter die here. And we Jason doesn't really have the window to ever leave this hook, does he?
No, I think he probably recognizes that there's no way he can really stop them popping that last gen, so just decides to commit. Probably in a way to save his stamina a little bit in this best of 5. You do often see that in comp settings, but they're going to secure a strong result. 7 stages, 3 fresh for the Survivor's Umbrella into that 4K2 from Bobo. They're going to cement themselves in this series early on with the win onto Spirit. And we'll go over to Slasher, maybe 8 for something different.
It's a pretty serious difference that we've just seen between both of these two teams. And you were expecting more from Wee Jason, as I gathered from the pre-game show, because that's also a killer he's very comfortable on. Ends up with a 7-stage to 4K2. I mean, also just comes to show that how incredible Bubba is on this killer. It's been one of his staples, maybe his one staple for years and years now. So it doesn't surprise me at all that Umbrella did decide to pick this killer as the opener. Because the opener is also just really important to gain momentum for the remainder of the entire matchup. Because yeah, going up 1-0 can send a pretty seismic message to your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, compared to your best of 3, I mean, you're losing one set doesn't mean, it's over for you, or at least you're not on the horizons of defeat. I want to point out the Magic, though. That's like such an instrumental first chase. I want to say contributed massive amount to getting the Survivors off to a great start, especially with the fact that they were 3-splitting. And that wasn't even within the confines of the chase. I mean, they were so spread out across the map. Such a recipe for success. Yeah, and I feel like we've mostly covered, I think, everything that kind of went on in that set. And I want to say the momentum, especially to go from losing on the killer side to now having to stay on killer and go into the next set. These guys, they're gonna have good mentals. I actually don't know. I mean, I guess if you know the players a bit more, you might know. Maybe some tilt more than others. But we Jason having to lose that set and now go into his own pick of Jason, starting on the killer side. I guess we'll see now whether the results of that last set have rocked him a little bit. But it would be nice for Sinners to get one back.
Need to find this as well. Oh, was Sinners vs Elysium? That's when they had Slasher. Because we did already see Sinners pick this killer against Elysium again, as the 3rd set. This time it's the 2nd. And then they played on Groaning Storehouse 1. And I'm pretty sure... Was that the one set they took? It's either the set they tied or the one that set they took. Of course, I don't remember now. But yeah, that's at least what happened. Because we Jason had a really strong setup on Groaning Storehouse. This is also where I am trying to open up a bit of a discussion with you about comparing these two maps that we've got. Because Groaning Storehouse has those pretty 2 deep pockets around Shack, right? And we Jason was able to get a hook basically at the start of the game in one of those pockets. So got a quick 2-tap, a straight up 2-tap on one of the Elysium survivors, and then had him hooked in the corner and he died first hook. They could not save him in time. Because we Jason, not just we Jason, but Jason, the killer, the slasher, it's really dangerous on hooks. Because if a survivor tries to go in for this unhook or finishes the unhook, you can throw a spear, you can injure the unhooker, and you can put the unhookee into deep wounds immediately. And that's just fantastic for tunneling out. Because he is a tier 2 killer, again, which means there's no tunnel out, there's no anti-tunnel perks, there's no second chance perks. So that's just going to set you up so badly. And now we're going on, again, Greenville Square, the theater map that the Unknown was released with. So this is going to be proper interesting.
Yeah, I think you've got some maps where his spear is because you've got his spear and then his, I would say his phase ability, whatever it's called. Some maps you're probably going to be looking to utilize that a bit more. Other maps, even with this one, you do have some really desolate edge map areas. You're chasing over by that statue area, or maybe this little car park here. You can find yourself in a bit of a sticky situation. But yeah, this is like a Huntress and a Wesker combined. Like it's got the benefits of both those killers being ranged and also zoning you away from your precious teammates, whilst also getting that deep point as well. Like there's so many merits to his chase power. But now that we are in the trial, he's already found his first chase, and this is gonna be an M1 really, really early on. They're gonna desperately make it over to Shaq. It's gonna be Bubbo, and we should see him lining up for his first M2.
Oh.
Doesn't manage to hit it, and instead of staying at this unsafe double pallet, gonna opt for the safe shack area. Does he want to commit this though? Actually, a Hex Totem closed off in the distance, and did he TP to that pallet there? I think he did, yeah. Early pressure exerted on for Wee Jason.
Oh, doesn't get the M1 there. Hardwell also just narrowly avoids that spike, so they recovered this early game quite nicely. Bubba gets the medkit reset in time as well. I'm eyeing one of those perks. Darkness revealed on Slasher? Doesn't he already get tracked with the power base kit?
I don't know. Well, I think
whenever he comes out of power, whenever he does the jump scare, he gets killer instinct with everybody in the area.
Yeah, that's a good point. Darkness revealed though, in general, like I feel like it's been picked quite a few times. Just in general with like the locker changes and positioning on the map. It is just in general a perk I think that you're gonna often have value. So maybe he just kind of opted for that. Just for the fact that it's a safe bet. He's gonna find Hardwell once again over at this jungle gym and reads the double back. Is gonna result in his death. And there he is pinned up against the wall. We do pop a gen, and I think we hear one next to us pretty close. But yeah, like you say, good recovery on the survivor side at least.
Finally get some pain res value as well. They did pop one generator in time, and that is typically considered a win for the survivors in the early game. Because, I mean, no pain res on the first gen. We finally get some... No, we do not get any darkness revealed value. I'm not entirely sure about the... Oh, there we go, we got a bit of aura reveal here. Not entirely sure about the lockup placement on this map. I mean, they are scattered around a bit. Oh, that is... Oh, he hit Hardwell on a hook there. That would have been beautiful had he got the unhooker. Pretty sure that was Bubba who was... Oh, no, it wasn't Bubba, it was Vamatic, in fact. Oh, no, it was Swatter. Yeah, well, we get there in the end. If anyone's curious about the add-ons as well that Jason is running for the Slasher, it's the imprinted aluminum, which is basically mangled, so on the spike, so Sloppy Butcher on the spike. And the other is the eye goop, which is going to give him undetectable after grabbing a hook spike for 13 seconds. So I'm pretty sure that's the one he ran last time as well. This time the imprinted aluminum, that's what Zaka ran last time if I remember correctly. So he switched up from this one. Pretty sure last time they both had the haste status effect from after grabbing a hook. Hardwell gets sound out of position here. That's a second down on him. A second hook at that. So we could be looking at a potential tunnel out pretty early. Did get one generator pop in the meantime. Darkness revealed value, hopefully again. But no, none of these survivors are near any hooks. I don't think he's had... I mean, if we get the reveal here again, but he's already got clear line of sight on him, so it doesn't matter whatsoever. Bubba will get hit again. And this is also one thing... Oh, hello, good morning, Bubba. This is also something I want to point out with how nice Jason can be on these maps with these huge main buildings. Because he can just TP straight up immediately, which is also why Garden of Joy is one of the maps in his pool. Because if he wants to, he can just TP straight up main, and that is a huge mistake by SWAT and Hardwell. That a heal was 95%. Tries to commit to it, but Hardwell goes down in Jason's face, gets tossed against the wall as well. Jason does not want to be greedy or ever, and he is going to claim a kill on Hardwell at 3 generators remaining. Bobo should be about to pop. Not sure if in time, so I still got my sentence out. Ah, never mind, it's this one. So they're about to be reduced to 1 generator, in fact, even with Bobo's generator being that close on main. But Hardwell saying goodbye here already is not what they wanted whatsoever. They were so hopeful they would get the heal. 99.
So desperate, like, so huge for Jason to catch this gen here. Eruption applied. He's going to try and cut off Bobo. They have so much progress over on this main side. Yeah, it was definitely a decision to greed for that heal. They didn't get it. It didn't pay off. But, you know, at the very least, they've got that progress already going for that one. Who is this actually? Yeah, it is the healthy Bobo. They really, really want that generator popped.
He's gonna play this.
Oh, he's gonna run into that wall. Has this pallet for safety. I think he wants to commit it though. He's fully aware of what the other 2 survivors are gonna be going for, especially knowing that no heals are coming through.
And I assume what he's trying to bank on now is get everybody injured and then hoping that he gets a lucky spike throw. So he can just continue tunneling. Does get the down onto Swatter here, very important, but does pull pot in time.
I was gonna say, does he stop this? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, do they play it safe? Oh, they do get the last gen popped. It was Logic on the last one.
With the overzealous.
Yeah, I mean, is a 4K really what you expect for a killer like this, though? Not sure. What have previous results been like, if you remember?
Pretty sure 8 stages both games. It should have been the Slasher game. Yeah, well, when you just get home from work, then you can't really do much research, and of course, how did I forget?
Yeah, I was the same, you know, I've been at work as well, so not as prepared as I usually would like to be.
But yeah, there's no way we're delaying any of these games.
Yeah. We do get the pickup on main, but he's been collected and found. Magic going to do his best to try and stay hidden when you're running around the map. You're going to subsept to... I'm very surprised of the lack of aura reading. Do you think that it's actually the fact that... Because this map is there's a lot of line of sight on this map, and I'm thinking maybe he is getting darkness revealed aura, but it's just because that they're like so far off in the distance, he can't even actually register the aura reading. I don't even know, because we've not seen a single bit of value from that perk. Who knows? Anyway, he's found. Nope.
Oh, beautiful. He's staying right on top of him, so Jason can't pick. He does get the pickup onto Bobo now. What in the last pixel did I just see? Is he finally going to hook? He isn't. I mean, he can't really, can he? Because Magic is still really close. Is Swatter on a gate? He is, yeah. So it will... I mean, yeah, it's just gonna be the 3 stages out the gate here, most likely, because Bobo has just been stuck in the corner. Swatter is injured. La Magic is just about to be hooked in basement. Yeah, there's no way he's gonna try to go for this, really. Should be the 9 stages, because Hatch is guaranteed to spawn on Shack. Keep in mind the add-ons that every team has to run. Bobo will be found here in the corner. Moonwalks on the ground. Hook right in his face. Still has 3 pain rest stacks available as well. So he hardly got any value. I mean, what perk did he even get value out of? I want to say the Ruin, because the survivors had to go cleanse it. But that's kind of where it ends, no?
Yeah, it was an early tone cleanse. But I was just re-looking at the stream, because we're in endgame at about 5 minutes 30 seconds in the gen efficiency on Umbrella. Once again, second try in a row was just insane. Even with the amount of disruption Jason had over towards that main side. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was a strategic greed on that heal because of just how much pressure they're able to build up on that main side. But yeah, I think that this has definitely been a survivor day for Umbrella. it doesn't even feel like we had that many chases. Like, it doesn't seem like this trial lasted long at all. But they're able to make so much so much time invested in this tunnel out onto Hardwell. Like, he caught him on this jungle gen quite a few times. We did have Shaq as well to play for, so that was a relatively safe area that bought them a lot of time in the pursuit of staying safe. And yeah, I think again just a case of 3 splitting and what it took to get Hardwell out of the game. Even despite off his second hook, he was down pretty much straight away. I have to commend the survivors for how quickly they're able to get themselves out the door. I don't even think it's anything Jason did wrong. Jason didn't make any mistakes. It's just what the survivors were able to achieve in the amount of time that he had.
He lost 2 chases early game. That's probably why.
Yeah, he did get that early hit onto Bobo and decided to leave for Hardwell, didn't he? Maybe that was his first mistake. And then, yeah, it was just a snowball for them.
Is it a mistake, or is it Bobo playing really well and forcing Jason to leave and go elsewhere, and then him going for Hardwell was actually the better decision to make, right? But still, regardless, it's a huge waste of time if you can't commit to that first chase that you initially procced.
Yeah, and that started over by the statue, and we made it all the way over to Shaq.
Yep.
So, yeah. Productivity from the survivors, but also inefficiency from Jason's decision to chase. Resulted in 9 stages. I mean, it was still 9 stages. I think that's still respectable, above what you'd expect. In the territory of also 4K0, but the survivors' coordination really helped them.
Umbrella is super interesting to watch. I mean, even in this game, you said it felt like there were no chases happening at all. We saw Hardwell, we saw Bobo get found for a bit, then the chase converted onto Hardwell, but we had no line of sight onto Lamagic and Swatter until we were stuck in that late game. So it's pretty interesting. It's like the survivor squad is full of just ninjas stealthing around the map, and then Bobo is their humble samurai doing their killing for them. I mean, let's just hope that he doesn't eventually head to Kanto and then become the biggest shogun in all of Japan and overthrow the imperial government. But that's a different topic.
He was playing for chase, and then he switched up to defense, like gen defense later on. Like really. How many times did we get a TP counter for how many times he TP'd to main? Because I think it was up there in terms of how dedicated he was. Bobo just playing like a really annoying game over in that main building, was able to make it to safety every time. But even that pallet's not the safest against Jason. Yeah, this was the unhook, the heal that they tried to greed for. And in this state of the game, you see 3 gens and you see a tunnel out that looks really bad. But as we later found out, they had like 2 or 3 gens, like really high progress. So yeah, we'll see how Bobo decides to play it. I don't feel like there was almost a strategy employed by Jason here. I think he was very much playing in the ball court of the survivors, having to just kind of deal with them rather than it being the other way around. And maybe that's just one of the characteristics of this map.
This 1-minute clip ends the exact same way it starts. Look at this. He does teleport up. He has Bobo on his generator. Interrupts him. We see him run away, and then 1 minute back. That's fantastic. I mean, that just comes to show, because you already hinted at it, that it was going to... we need to count on how many times he went up main, and here we go. I mean, we've got 2 in 1 minute as well, interrupting Bobo twice. I was expecting them to pop more generators, though, for Hardwell's death here, because they had so much pressure. I'm assuming they just didn't know where Jason was going to head to, so they were a bit self-conscious on these generators.
I've seen it before. Of course, this is like a RDL roster, and I know how they played. The fact that they play the slow game, they don't greed for those gens, they hack away at them. They get them as high as they don't overcommit to generators, which I've noticed. Like, they're always really good on the communication side, and they don't give any leg room to the killer whatsoever. even just greeting for like that little bit of progress, not giving it that M1 or injury that is essentially not necessary. It's something that the survivors do really well. And I think it's an observation that you kind of have to bring up, especially for this series so far, with what they've been able to do to the poor generators. Like, it has been a really, really good showing from them.
And there's no telling how Bobo is going to play this killer, because I don't think I've ever seen Umbrella play this set before either. I'm pretty sure, or it seems at least, that Sinners have grown quite fond of it, because, I mean, again, we did see it already before against Elysium. And this time we see it used against Umbrella, so these are two teams that, under no circumstance, you should not take 100% seriously, meaning that they have to pick the killers that they are by far most comfortable with.
Yeah, and I wonder, there's been a lot of, there might be some, there might be some teams that haven't really picked him up as much as others, and there are some killer players out there in the world that do just immediately jump on these new killers and spam them. Nightlight being one of them. Jason clearly being the other. But yeah, some teams pick sets based on, killer or survivor performance. So it's kind of like Houndmaster, where, like, for example, Nocron, if you remembered them, they're just so confident in their ability to just like zero stage that killer, rather than it being like rather than it being something that like Zaka could perform really well on. So yeah, it might even just be a case of that. But yeah, Bubbo, I'm interested to see what he pulls out for us as we get into this second trial of the second set. And he is still okay. I thought like maybe it was a DC or something, but never mind. He's playing.
Also going to be seeing different add-ons this time around, so we do still have the Mangled add-on, but Bobo decided to equip the Coronos Coffee, which is going to increase the duration of throwing spikes push by 25%, as well as give him 13% haze status for 3 seconds after injuring a survivor with a throwing spike. And that is a ridiculously early down, the spike if they don't collide with the environment. So Bobo's stacking a lot of haste here, because we also see batteries included, we see haste on his add-ons. And that is exactly the down that we Jason would have wanted in the previous game. It's in a less significant area, I might add. Because again, it's nowhere near any of these generators, but still ridiculously fast.
I think Gustavo just wanted to counter Corrupt there. That's all that he was going for. Fogval, a resource used up quite early on. Another thing that Bobo has taken from them. And we're directing ourselves away from Shaq, anticipating that TP over, but this is an early find onto Gustavo. He does have this jungle gym to use. It's very close, and he manages to get him. 3 aims, knowing full well that the vault came in later than it should have. And Gustavo, they're going to have to answer with a gen soon, because this is looking real rough. Early game.
And Bucky's gen is just now the 80% mark. And Bobo's got a second hook already on the same survivor. So Gustavo goes down one more time. That's also the pain was on main just now. Bucky screen, the second I swapped camera perspective. But, I mean, this is starting to be really rough. At least they have a good amount of generator progress at this stage of the game. We see... Is it them doubling here? I don't think so, I think. Oh no, they're doubling the statue generator, but main is being soloed. So, best case scenario, it's 2 generators for a death, but... I mean, Bobo got this hook pretty close to the statue here as well. It's pretty centered in the map. Jason is going to get injured by a hook spike. But Bucky does pop his at least. I'm assuming that we're just gonna see Bobo stand in between this hook and this generator on the statue. He's trying to get another injury onto Fedinit, which he will last Pixel. It's 2 survivors injured, they at least pop their generator. Bucky should be the one gunning it for this unhook. We just saw his legs in the distance, but nobody is nearby. And again, Jason is one of those stronger killers, considering he's a ranged killer. Close up on the hook as well. So, I don't think so.
There's nothing to like. I mean, there's a lot of like kind of mid-map filler that he could collide a survivor on, but also there's a lot of open area where if he's lining himself up properly, that should just completely shut them out. I was praying for that to hit. Oh my god. Another Fogval usage as he tries to cut off Fedinit with the M2.
And we have to keep in mind, Bobo plays CSGO, so it wouldn't be it wouldn't be alien to him getting downs through smoke bombs, so...
A bit of an inefficient use of the smoke. You usually want to see it. I mean, I say that coming from Counter-Strike pretty much every like 3 or 4 times a week, casting that. So I've got a bit of crossover there for you, Mathil.
The smoke.
No bomb things planted though.
Does Bucky have a Molotov available? Because that might help. I guess that's the firecracker.
Yeah, maybe. Oh no, you got flashbang.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. You got like a blast mine. I don't know if that's allowed in the balancing. I think I've seen it before.
Ah, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, we got
the devil.
They planted the bomb in the gen.
And Bobo's disarming. Manages to do so, gets the gen kick. Fedinit gets healed in the meantime. Still have an injured Jason on the map somewhere. Now
they've slowed down. They've gone for those resets, and Bobo is just kind of gathering information. Blast Mine giving them a bit of time to regroup. But yeah, they're going to have to slow down the pace of this game if they want to secure that win con. I mean, 10 stages for Bobo, or 9 stages on 4 would be enough, and when you're this behind early on, it can spell trouble, but not, to say the least, it's not over. Fogval not going to give enough distance to Fedinit to escape chase. He's going to eat that M1. We'll get the swing down. He is that balanced landing? I think it was, based on the amount of distance that he's got. It is indeed. But he's playing this long loop around main building. It's really not going to be lasting too long. As he charges up and the dodge attempt comes through, Fedinit's going to fall. That's the second stage onto him. Crucial again, Mathis. We saw this in the Spirit set, where Bobo managed to find hook stages onto the already hook survivors. So he's got elimination and someone else pretty close. Getting himself into that 2v1 with 3 gens left, it's going to be a tough one again for Sinners.
Bobo can be super confident here, trying to go for a second elimination, because we're still at 3 gens. There's no way they pop all generators before he gets a second elimination here. Unless they are survivors. Yeah, do some great mistakes here. I mean, we see the unlock come through. Bucky is about to pop his generator simultaneously. Fedinit takes the endurance hit. That could be a quick 2-tap. Bobo does not get the throw in time. Unfortunately, doesn't have machine gun hatchet like Huntress back in 2017. Fedinit is going to be able to make it to this balanced landing. He's going to swing one more time. Will be able to get some distance. Pretty sure he's on the... No, he is on the Fedinit scratch marks here still. He's running for his life right now. Only has a couple windows available. Doesn't really have many strong tiles to play around. And that stagger is probably going to spell disaster for Fedinit, as Bobo is now right up behind him. Bit of a patience game there with the spike. And he is down. That is going to be the Mori with the spike as well, as he's been down with it just now. Beautiful display here of Jason's many different ways to execute a survivor on the spot. Bucky's generator at 60. Jason's generator is also at 60, but I mean, he finds one here. It should be the guaranteed 4k one. Unless we get a 10-minute chase. But Jason takes the injury super quickly. I'd be surprised if Bobo decides to abandon this chase and tries to instead return to pressuring Bucky here. I mean, yeah, we did just hear him nearby. Maybe a bit of a misprediction there. He's still after him.
You expected maybe the pathing towards Shaq, but I would say Jason staying at main. You can see him kind of TP over there. I think there's a spec bug or what. No casino pallet for you. Not winning the 50s. We do pop a 4th gen, but that is going to probably spell the end of the trial. And crucially, we talked about momentum. But this is Umbrella winning on Sinner's pick. So they're going to go into their pick next on match point, which is... This is 3-0 territory, if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, quick 2-0 here is pretty darn difficult, because, I mean, we need to already look at the next killer that we would have up ahead, and that would be Wraith on Sanctum of Wrath. By the way, I'm really excited to see that, because Sanctum is one of my absolute favorites, and that is why I've placed him there, or made it one of the options. And Umbrella and Sinners decided that might also just be the map to go with.
Yeah, no, I've seen Wraith on Family Residence. I don't think I've seen him on Sanctum of Wrath. But yeah, that's an unusual one, and I think I always think of Sanctum of Wrath a little bit like an Azeroth or a Suffo. Yeah, where you've got that kind of that choke point that gets you to the other side of the map, and it's one that you try and cross safely. But it is a lot smaller, I'd say.
Oh yeah.
It's still a big map, but I don't think it's one you're going to be able to, like... You usually see Wraith on like an indoor map, or one where it's very easy for him to cover distance. But on a map like Sanctum of Wrath, I don't think he has as many advantages as like he normally would. But then again, it's pretty unusual. So, I mean, these guys would have had to have practiced this.
Oh, they had better. That's exactly why I love Sanctum so much. It's one of those chokehold maps, one of those bottleneck maps, but it's super condensed. So it's much more engaging. There is great potential for certain dead zones to spawn, though, in the respective corners. I mean, also just look at this chase here again by Bobo on Gustavo at the start. I mean, he gets him down so quickly. He does actually get a snipe through the smoke. So that is that CSGO skill shining. And it didn't take much longer.
That. Yeah, so it was a 2-tap onto... Oh, there it was. Wait, was that?
On Gustavo.
Oh, I thought he was
wait, no, this is the wrong clip. This was supposed to be... No. It was supposed to be the early game, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here we go. That is what
I love how you're like... you're clipping is him loading in. That's how fast he gets this first down.
Yeah.
Gets the M1, and then Gustavo is kissing some lockers. Tries to go for the dodge. And that's the thing, Bobo had great patience. So we're talking about micro. Like, how many times did he get the M2 off of just holding it? Waiting for the Sinner survivors to dodge. And that is probably one of the most like frustrating things as a survivor when you're playing into these like M2 killers. Is just fire the shot, man. Like, please. I'm trying to dodge. Can you let me? And Bobo says no.
You remember how bad that was on Deathslinger?
Yeah.
And you could just M2 and M1 basically instantaneously. And you could just spam that power. But yeah, I mean, that's what's to be expected, because holding your power is a great zoning tool. And that is what Bobo has shown off time to time here. He did miss the throw onto Gustavo, I'm sorry. I didn't even go for Gustavo there, I'm pretty sure that was... Yeah, I mean, it was a different player. But we did see how quickly the tunnel out came through as well, because Gustavo pre-drops this pallet on the wrong side. Bobo's already inside the tile. And then gets downed.
That's very tough. They did make a recovery in the mid game, but at that point you say a recovery, but it's actually, you know, they reset and slow themselves down. It's a change of pace for the survivors, which is forced by that early elimination. And Bobo wasn't a killer really to let results like that to kind of escape him. And I do think Sinners are a great side, but I don't really think they're very composed when they are behind at times. I think it is just a... Like right now I'm just seeing a difference in killer performance. It is very much two killer players that we hold in high regard, and I think one is outshining the other right now, and yeah. Beating Jason on his own pick. It's a good day for them. And this is unfortunately losers bracket, so whoever loses this is unfortunately leaving the tournament as well, which is also gonna kind of eat into your mind when you're 2-0 down in a best of 5. But great momentum so far for Umbrella. Looking forward to seeing what even happens on Sanctum of Wraith. Sanctum of Wraith. I think I've seen it called that a few times.
That makes sense here, especially. It is also going to be Sanctum of Wrath 1, in case anyone's asking questions, because Sanctum of Wrath 2 is in the pool. I know most people are probably going to assume it's Sanctum of Wrath anyway, but the second variation is in the pool as well, so it could have been the map pick for Freddy. It is in the pool for Freddy, because I feel Sanctum of Wrath 1 is a bit too strong for him, and therefore I've put him on 2, to get back to that 6 to 10 average range that I'm trying to direct this tournament to. So yeah, we're finally starting to load into our Wraith set as well. We've of course first got the same killer as before. It's once again going to be Bobo. And Wraith is also one of his main picks.
Yeah, he's also avid ladder player, so he's gonna have that that chase sense from the Wraith. On Sanctum of Wrath, I'm not sure if that really applies. I'm thinking about the tiles that you kind of have on that map. It's not one where you quite often see is there much opportunity for the Wraith to zone you or try and block you? I think the tiles by comparison and generally are quite unsafe. You do have a few safe ones, but this is one where it's probably not as consistent as you might like, and yeah, it's one thing that you're either never going to practice or going to have to practice so much you're going to get used to that the way that the tiles spawn. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm probably overanalyzing it, but here we are. Bobo watching from main building, of course, is a nice vantage point, one that maybe the survivors can't really see you too well on. Already spotted out, I think that was Gustavo trying to cross.
Also already revealed both add-ons. I mean, with Wraith it's a bit of a no-brainer. It's of course going to be Swift Hunt and Windstorm.
Swift Hunt being the, I believe, higher speed while cloaked, and that's an early hit onto Gustavo, force onto 50. Once again,
Swift Hunt is the faster uncloak.
I see. Once again, Gustavo found early. He's going for a hit and run approach though with that sloppy butcher. Another strategy you see. I think that should be a hit on this painkillers. Yeah, 100%. 2 early injuries. Sinners already finding themselves in danger, and that's going to be with Jason going down so early on in the corrupt side. About where you expect to be taking chase, but this is going to be a pain res and basically erase all that progress they've made so early on.
Also a bit of unique balancing against the Wraith that most people probably don't expect. Wraith is, I mean, despite the fact that he's, considering the fact he's an M1 killer, tournaments prefer to put this killer at tier 4, tier 5, sometimes even. But in this tournament he's tier 3, which means all healing perks are out and a couple exhaustions as well. So you are going to see, I mean, it should be balanced landing on all these players, should be smash it and head-on allowed as well if they've decided to go with it. Which is where a lot of players immediately, of course, complained because, oh my god, Wraith has to be on tier 5, because that's where he is in every other tournament. Well, then stop getting 4K on 2 by him. Because Wraith is somehow one of the killers with the highest kill rate in all of comp, constantly getting 4Ks on 1, and that is not what I want to see every single time, so bit of a different balancing. Hopefully it's going to help the teams out. But again, we have to keep in mind this is cross-ping balancing on a pretty difficult map to play as well. So I would not be surprised if we saw a 4K from both sides.
Yeah, and of course you've got your measurements of success, which is always going to be the same. And I think while we're playing with this food a little bit, we Jason there with the balanced landing, as you pointed out, and his not really going to be doing too much. Oh, he manages to get the pallet block. Is the hit tank going to come in? It isn't. Oh no, Bucky's not able to take the hit for Jason. It's going to be a second stage at 4 gens. Even the fog vial deployed to try and help him out. Not only is that a failed hit attempt, there's also information for Bobo to work with as soon as this hook comes through, taking him into this bot side once again. And I mean, we talked about, I kind of alluded to the measurements of success. 2 hooks at 4 gens remaining is one of those. And you can talk about the map and balancing as much as you like, but if you're not holding your chase, unfortunately, it will spell the end. by kind of any stretch of the imagination for what comp kind of offers you really in situations like this, especially against Bobo.
He just found Jason again, and even that balanced landing is not going to help him out. Obviously, he was supposed to... Yeah, yeah, on the same hill. Dies on the same hill. Figuratively, symbolically, and literally. We see Bucky again also going for this hit take. I think I've seen this before. But this time he is successful, even though it's not going to give him any opportunity to link it to another tile. It's just still going to be stuck in the same area. Jason was obviously supposed to play a different role here because we did have that duty of care on our survivor. So he was supposed to be healthy and take hits for his teammates with that balanced landing, probably to jump in the nick of time and interrupt that chase. This time he at least uses the pallet. But yeah, it's just so rough. Beautiful hit take by Gustavo this time though. And we keep saying, I think I've seen this before, but it's very evident they've learned from their mistake, and this time playing this completely differently, winning every play they've been trying to set up now.
Yeah, I mean, this had to happen. They had to just kind of abandon ship and just go completely for the protection of the wee Jason. Him dying so early on is just trouble. So they've done really well with the altruism, and unfortunately it didn't pay out the first time. It might have even put them far ahead earlier on, but wasn't as successful. That should be the down now. Does he get under the pallet in time? Nope. There's going to be wee Jason leaving the trial. Reset onto Gustavo, Bucky also. And death at 2 gens, that's what they're able to salvage. And you can imagine in Bubbo's head, he's probably thinking that progress isn't really up there, considering what the resources that they kind of spent to try and protect wee Jason there. That's sound bug.
What sound bug?
I think that's at least in my headphones.
Oh, was a bit
Fogval muffled. Yeah.
I was gonna say it did sound a bit muffled there for a second. But yeah, I'm assuming that's what happened. Should only go and spectate up here, not on the survivor. But I mean, still, Bucky knew fully well that he was being pursued in that scenario. Does take another hit here as well. And I'm pretty sure, playing super slow. Super safe, but also very risky. High risk, high reward. I'm pretty sure Gustavo just got ping found, however. Because they have to keep in mind, obviously the way ping works. I mean, honestly, there's not a lot of people that know. Unfortunately, no quick gambit value. But you have to imagine that when you're on ping, you have an after image following you. And that's what the killer sees and hits. So if you're also trying to stealth around the corner, then you might already be behind the corner. But on the killer's screen, you're still walking or trying to hide for another half second. So that's probably what just happened. Bobo saw Gustavo's after image, and from then on he was able to connect to the chase onto him.
In terms of being a map you can stealth pretty well on, I think Sanctum with Wraith is
the Wraith there.
Yeah, well, who'd have thought? They have seriously slowed down the pace of the game. And that's only really going to help Bubbo. We hear the repair sounds, and he blocks the pallet. Bubbo, Bucky, completely unaware of his impending doom, as Bubbo's going to run over there. Deloff was playing for that stealth and the unhook, and that also being one of the key things with the stealth killers is when you're in that 3v1, you've got that communication to worry about. But in the 50, not going to work out for you.
They even on no ping would have had to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a hit regardless, right? Yeah, with that communication chain breaking down as well, makes it so much harder for you to know how to play like efficiently and play it optimally. I mean, and Bucky right there, just having no information really to work with. Deloff taking a hook as well, and this is really just I wouldn't be surprised if we're stopping at 2 gens here.
Now with both of them injured, there's hardly anything they can really do to come back from this scenario. Deloff does get unhooked now by Gustavo. Bucky goes down, and it's just going to be a 4th unique hook that he's not even going to commit to. Because I mean, he knows exactly now where the 2 remaining survivors are, so might as well just go for Deloff now. Oh, maybe even just reclaim that injury onto Bucky, who's just been healed. Let's win the pallet for now, at least. I'm pretty sure. One false hesitation. I mean, he just did fantastically well. I did not expect Gustavo to come out of that unscathed. He's probably going to take the injury now. Even with that finesse, he set that up so brutally well. I need to give him credit for that. I mean, he gets it in the end, sadly, due to ping. But playing it and surviving it for that long without getting injured, that was a masterclass of a chase for a second there. And unfortunately,
only so
finesse
much
could help him.
only so much misfortune you can build up before fortune favors you.
Yeah.
And then, going down pretty early. I mean, he's in an unsafe area there. Now it's Del off with the hopes and dreams of sinners on his shoulders. Where is the Wraith? Where are we playing? The pickup comes through. And this is just a bit of a scramble. Oh, it is Bucky that's been found. Just to clean up now for Bubbo. And 4K21 Wraith in when you're match point, that is, you've got to feel good if you're Umbrella. I mean, how efficient they've shown themselves on the side of the gens. Ooh, that was a bit of a close call. Have to be thinking, we Jason's got a lot to work for on this next trial. I'm not going down without a fight, but it's just a matter of time, Mathel.
It really is. It's one more slip up. The survivors are fighting hard to keep at least one survivor standing at all times. It's now just about outpacing the opponent. If all three survivors end up standing, then there might be a slim chance of Sinners making a comeback. But yeah, I mean, if Bobo is forcing a 1v1 over and over, then there's not much they can do. Bucky gets found now, is going to swag open the chest. But actually, not that bad of an idea, because he could have forced a grab there. But Bobo just backs off and then forces out the swing as to not get cocked by a potential grab on the chest. Which would have given our survivors a bit of an opportunity to go for a pickup and then have at least two survivors standing with a good amount of time on their hand. In contrast to what they have now, but yeah, with Deloaf probably right now the last chase, last man standing. Bobo is just gonna swing for that from very far away. Deloaf plays the check spot, tries to position his camera in a way where he's able to see through the locker. That is lightning striking outside. The moment he went down, there was a lightning strike outside. That was funny. Maybe also heard on stream. Pretty loud. But yeah, I mean, our survivors are free to DC. Oh, perfect. Our survivors are free to abandon the trial. They're allowed to take advantage of what DBD offers itself now. So the abandon function they can use now if they want to. But it seems like they didn't get the memo.
Or they're using it as a good time to talk about what's happening or what's going to happen next trial. It's almost a tactical timeout in a way.
Bless you.
Thank you. It was actually a cough, but...
Yeah, but I want
bless
to be
you for
healthy.
coughs?
No, you don't.
I've had this cough for about 3 weeks. It's not great, is it?
Just get healthy, man. It's that easy. Just don't be ill.
I think...
I'm sorry to you. I hope you'll get better soon, obviously. I better finally leave you.
I was going to say, I was trying. I had nothing to say.
You're trying to hide your despair and the shock you got from
I'm crying.
Ones. But yeah, no.
I'm crying.
No,
Also trying
no.
to, yeah.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. No crying aloud and all. No. I don't want you to cry because that would hurt my heart. Break my heart.
Now, is this like... Yeah, what do we think about Wraith on Sanctum after this one? Because...
I should go to
it
your
really
one,
was... It was just... chase after chase after chase. I think Bobo was armed with information at pretty much every step of that trial. Like every chase he left, he had full control of the map. That's one of the things with Wraith. You've got that interesting chokehold, but it is a map where he can navigate it pretty much as well as the usual maps. It's a bit of an interesting balance, but I think what was key was just the matter of like how fast he was able to find Wee Jason after his initial hooks. This was a nice early hit. Don't think he committed this chase onto Gustavo. Actually swapped over to Wee Jason, and did eventually get him down. But then it was the chases that followed afterwards. Really reads the pallet drop, and this is gonna be an early hit. And he was it was a hit through this pallet, and then he went over towards that double back over towards that 4 lane, and unfortunately was read by Bobo. Just chase sense and how quickly he was able to eliminate Wee Jason in the replays that probably follow as well. That once again sets him up for success. So maybe not map reliance in a way, because his chases were. It was kind of a for Sinners, for them to fall as they did. Kind of really textbook from Bobo to get his elimination fast. And I think that's just. I don't think we saw anything particularly special from the map or an interesting way that it was played. It was just really, really well performed by Bobo.
I'm glad we finally got to see a bit of this map as well, because again, Sanctum of Wrath, one of my favorites. You did point out at the start that he's trying to get vision, and he did see all the scratch marks very early on Gustavo, I'm pretty sure it was, and that just gives so much info. If you then get spotted in an area like that, like an open area, then you might also just commit this to pretty quick downs, because I remember Nurse used to be played on this map quite a lot. And then if you kind of found an open area, and then again also this deja vu, right, that moment that we had with Wee Jason using the same hill to block that balanced landing. This time at least Buckley successfully does take a hit. And then the Wee Jason's not going to make much from it. Bucky forces it down. But yeah, if you take a hit, then you also need to be able to give your survivor a window to leave the tile. And then this moment right here I thought was especially nice. The beautiful body block here by Gustavo that nobody saw coming.
It kind of came from nowhere. That was crucial. I mean, that was perfect timing from Gustavo. Ultimately, I say that they never completed any more generators after the ones that they completed from this death. So that was it was a fight from Sinners. They did their best to keep a 4th survivor alive, sacrificed their progression, and at that point, they didn't have enough really to work with to get back into the trial, considering what they paid for to keep Wee Jason alive. That spec POV is just so bugged.
It almost gives you a bird's eye view. In some scenarios, it can be quite nice.
Yeah. You don't get to see anything sweet like Dead Hards, though, or I don't know, something maybe that the survivor pulls off. Wonder what a 360 looks like from that POV.
Horrible. Has to be, because then it would also just jitter the camera non-stop on the top.
We are loading in to potentially the final trial. Wee Jason got a steep hill to climb with this win condition, 4k3 needed on Wraith, Sanctum of Wrath, to take a set off of Umbrella, who have been performing exemplary on Survivor. So I think it's likely we might say goodbye to Sinners, but I don't want to call it. You know, I have every faith in Wee Jason's ability to score something, especially with the amount of unsafe pallets and high ping. It's got such high potential for Wraith on cross ping this map. So I don't want to say that we're going to be finishing this set here, but away we go. Wee Jason with a bit of a different build. Interesting decision goes for the Bamboozle and Penty.
Wait, huh?
Wow.
Huh? Is that the build they sent in? Is that the build they submitted? Hang on, I have to get to the bottom of this. What is that build? Is he trying to play around inner healing?
Could be. The healing perks are allowed, aren't they? So it is
yeah.
It is an option. I don't know about the
build they submitted yesterday. Sure.
Interesting.
Whatever.
Wants to play the Penty into the healing, which is interesting. But like the Darkness Revealed choice. It was experimental perk choices from Jason that we've seen, I think, this tournament. Maybe playing around with the balancing. Or maybe it just worked in scrims or something, I don't know.
I mean, I really do appreciate the Darkness Revealed being used, because that's also one of those perks where people start saying, well, it's OP, bro, how can you allow this? It's Aura Reveal. But the way I think about killer balancing is, because the way you discuss perk and perk strength, perk power rankings, always speak comparatively to the top perks. So you look at your pain res, you look at your eruption. Yeah, fair. But you also
when?
Sorry, no, he did that on Dare Eyes earlier. Did you not realize? Okay.
No, I was not watching.
How dare you interrupt me? But yeah, it does find hard where he is trying to go for the. I mean, we do get the Unhook now as well. But yeah, you always have to speak comparatively. So, is the perk Darkness Revealed stronger than Wound, stronger than Eruption, stronger than Pain Res? In 9 out of 10 scenarios, hell nah. And that is why would you ban it when the killers are never gonna pick it anyway? Might as well keep the players on their toes and maybe potentially be expecting it. It is Dare Eyes that he's trying to tunnel out now. Grenow does take the hit early on. That is both of them injured now, but it was also... It's not him with the bounce lane. Does have the smash hit though. But he's running away from the pallet exactly where you don't want to be when you are the smash hit player. But that could be a potential flashlight savior by Swatter, who's hiding nearby with a flashlight. But Jason does preemptively stuff his face into the rock, where there's no potential blind. His eyes will stay protected. And that is a second stage onto Dare Eyes as they reclaim their generators. And honestly, their gen pressure isn't looking the greatest right now. Only half to top 4, however. Just keep in mind, 4K2 win con from the previous game. 4K2 win, 4K2 result from the previous game, sorry.
Quite similar pacing to the early game that Bobo had. Nice early pressure to work with. Pain Res and Eruption going to come in pretty handy to deny that progression. The Bamboozle is an interesting choice. I'm not sure. I know there's plenty of tiles where you get value, but Sloppy is also a very good choice on Wraith, which I feel like it's always a balance, a toss-up of which one you want to go for when you're playing into Wraith. And Hook comes through. Does get the block. They're going to have to come in for a bit of a save here. There should be a pallet to use. Bobo reads it perfectly. Still has the BT to work with. It's going to use that Bamboozle now and should play to that pallet over on the left-hand side, which he's going to do. Does Bobo manage to block it? He doesn't. This is still really crucial.
Bobo's an umbrella player.
He's got that Shadow Dance. Needs to break the pallets, but this is a pretty decent setup. Don't think he's going to be able to last much longer, especially because he's playing around the weaker side of the pallet. Forces the break, actually gets some distance. I mean, this is a relatively decent chase. It's kind of recovered himself from how early he was going down, but yeah, with the... Doesn't get it, yeah. The window block coming through.
Oh, hang on. I was gonna say there could have been an angle firecracker attempt though by Hardwell, but yeah, way too far away, way too late. I'm glad you pointed out the Shadow Dance. Didn't even catch that.
Yeah, it was. I think it was the fact that Bobo didn't use it. It surprised me even more. And so Wraith add-ons are so telegraphed. I mean, most people run the same thing. I think it's very rare that you see a Shadow Dance not used. Boy, Jason.
So the coordination, look how useful they're all being. One on Penti, one on the Gen, the next with Blastmine.
I was going to say, Blastmine is so much longer than you realise. I swear you can always forget. But it does last such a long time. Especially when you're like in a time crunch. Those however long it is, I think it's 5 seconds or whatever. Or 4, no, not 5 seconds. It's like 3.
That's all done. That's 4. Right in between.
He has to watch these gens. They're about to pop the 4th, which is going to secure the win for them. And this is the main building gen, yeah, with the overzealous. Yeah, that is going to be the win secured. Oh, the last one as well. Okay, Jesus, this game's been... Once again, we've had a gen showdown with Umbrella. Completely showing their survivor superiority, the performance that they put in. They are going to fall like flies now. It doesn't even matter. That's the 3-0 secured. Congratulations to Umbrella. Unfortunately, Sinner's going to be leaving the competition.
That's
And
very dominant 3-0 though.
yeah, I was going to say I was expecting it to be a bit more of a fight put up by Sinners. And I think not only do they have a killer player who can put in a really strong killer result, they have survivors that can also just, you know, on the other end of the spectrum perform really well. They are like a really well-rounded team. As expected.
But you know what?
From
I have to give a big announcement, however, because okay, so what are we trying here? Okay, I was about to say, but yeah, I have to give a big announcement because now that Umbrella have taken the set, we've already been organizing the next round of the lower bracket in the background. And both Umbrella and Invictus agreed that if they both end up winning the round 3, they will be playing round 4 right after this. So this isn't the only best of 5 we have today. We've got Invictus and Umbrella facing off at one another right after this as well, now that Sinners have been 3-0'd.
Yeah, that's going to be a banger set. Especially after I think it wasn't it Umbrella that knocked Invictus into the lower bracket?
Yep.
It was. So this is a revenge match.
It is.
Which is always so fun to watch. Of course, can't talk about the sets because we don't know what they are yet. We're going to have the picks and bans come in after. But once again, just commiserations to Sinners. They had a great bracket run. But Umbrella are going to be ending their tournament here. And Invictus looking for that payback from that first, I think it was one of the first matches of the tournament that saw them drop down.
Yeah, it was the first. Round 1, they met immediately. Off the rip.
Let's come full circle now. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for joining me, Mathis, for the series. It was very entertaining. And it was nice. I think Umbrella really put on a performance that I don't want to say wasn't expecting, but they definitely gave Sinners a run for their money, for sure.
This is also an hour ahead of schedule than I expected, because I thought that this was going to take at least an hour longer, because yeah, I didn't expect this to just be a 3-0, so that's pretty impressive. Maybe we have at least a couple more minutes to talk about these replays, however. Because, I mean, we now have to set up this entire other matchup, so obviously this is gonna take a bit of time for the teams to also go through their pick and bans. So we're gonna have a quick look at some of the replays here, and then we'll also go on a short break in the casting desk. I mean, need to remind you one more time that, yeah, before we... I mean, Zach and I just got back from work. Haven't really eaten anything. But yeah, this clip again, just within the first minute of the trial as well. Pretty sure Jason did find one of the survivors super early. He did have a really good early game on Dare Ice, who's just so aggressive on this generator right from the get-go as well. And I'm pretty sure...
This is the chase I completely forgot about. I didn't like register in my mind. I don't know what we were even talking about. I think we were talking about I think it was the build, wasn't it? It was the build, like you were verifying if that was the one that we actually were choosing.
Sure.
We had a good start though. It was an early chase onto Dare Ice and a second a pretty quick second hook as well. Jason was poised to have enough momentum to at least match that result, but yeah, getting that elimination, almost kind of exactly the same as the Sinners set. Well, the last hook was the one that was denied the longest. That being said, though, Umbrella making full use of the time given to get all the gens done as well. But yeah, I mean, that was nice early chase for him. This was the I was gonna say, was that the moment he got blast mined, but it wasn't. So many deja vu moments this series, I feel. But it's nice that when the replays are just like watching Dare Ice just get tunneled out. This was the chase that changed things. he still had the BT, so he was safe from the swing, and then we had the bamboozle come in. But he had this, crucially, he had this window oriented towards the tower, which is so like it bought him so much time. And that pallet break come through, and then he won the 50. We Jason expected him to go round, and then he made it back to the window and the pallet subsequently. And yeah, I mean, this was nice with Dead Ice, I'm sure, because of just how quickly he did get those first 2 stages on himself. Would you say, like, I think Mathis, you agree with me? There's a lot of really strong individual performances this series. I wouldn't put it down to team play completely. Had some really crucial chases, like for example, La Magic on the Spirit set. I mean, this final chase from Darice.
Yeah, there's so many things happening yet. You know, the bamboozle that you questioned. Without the bamboozle, he would not have had enough, or as much pressure, as much intimidation to, with the double vault. Because yeah, bamboozle plus shadow dance, it's essentially instant to do. So he's very free to just vault this back, vault this forth. And Darius had to make the decision of leaving the tower there, because otherwise it was just going to be a 50-50. Whether or not, what side he's going to end up on. But Darius, I'm shocked he made it out of that scenario, because again, Sanctum is one of those maps where you are stuck in one of those pockets, or can get stuck in one of those pockets early. Then pretty sure we also didn't get the call out here for a swatter that Jason was approaching. So almost could have resulted in a hit, but swatter just left really early. Yeah, and then at the later stage in the game as well, after we've seen Darius be tunneled out. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's here where he finally pulls off a body block. Does have Windstorm available again. No Swift Hunt. Swift Hunt is typically the most popular add-on for Wraith, is what I want to argue. Yeah, Firecracker save also backfired. Was not in range whatsoever yet. Yeah, that I mean, he did get Penti value, I guess, but still, come on. No extra hex.
They'd have the overzealous to counter that as well, because it let them get the mid-gen done much faster.
I mean, I guess you're banking on the fact they go for overzealous.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know. You hope to get value from your hex perks, but I think when you're not armed with more than, like, when you've just got Penti and nothing else, you have to really hope to get value from it. But yeah, they're just the coordination that they have. Send that overzealous either for the cleanse, double the mid-gen. I mean, at this point in the trial, they had the death, but they managed to secure enough progress to basically force Jason to, like, essentially gen watch. He couldn't really commit to much at that point.
The coordination here.
Penti. And the blast mine, well, of course. Mine,
Hardwell on the Penti already, Gren out on the other gen. There's nothing you can do.
Could you imagine those 4 seconds of stun time? In normal circumstances, might not be as much, but with those overzealous, I think it's 20%, right, that you get if you cleanse a hex totem. More the merrier, I suppose.
Repeat the question, please. Sorry.
Overzealous 20%, I think, on hex totems. That's how much
is
it gives you.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, you're completely right.
Yeah, so that's why it was even worse.
Curse and a blessing. It was, yeah, that allowed them to put the generator upstairs main as well so quickly. Completely forgot about the fact that it doubles on a hex here.
Or it might have even just been the cleanse of the Penti. I don't even know.
In both cases, it would give you that overzealous.
Regardless, I think they were well positioned in that trial to pop the gens anyway. Jason really, like, unless he committed to a chase, got a pain res. That Penti's gone, so he's got no kind of base slowdown. Yeah, Wraith Sanctum of Wrath. I think it was an interesting map to see him play on. I think I'd like to see it a little bit more. Hopefully we do see him a bit more on Sanctum of Wrath to see, I guess, how the results differ from usual. All those 4Ks you see on Dawg Saloon, wherever it is, Midwich. he is definitely a killer. I think that like needs a bit of exploration with different maps. So it's nice to see the balancing, kind of imposing that on people.
Yeah. Especially with Wraith
Yeah, with that
being
being
tier 3
said-
again, so I'm happy that we did see it Wraith picked in the end, because I can assume that seeing Wraith on tier 3 could also be a bit intimidating, as you pointed out.
I kind of sad we didn't see Blight. I don't care about Krasue. Like that killer can just be deleted, as far as I'm concerned.
okay.
But Blight would have been fun.
We would have seen Fallen Art on Krasue, though. That would have been super interesting. Because Fallen Art does main Nurse Spirit and... Well, not Spirit anymore, because now they have Bubble, yeah. But Nurse and... What's it called? Nurse and Krasue, yeah, for Team Umbrella. But yeah, everybody, that's enough jibber jabber. I don't want to drag this on for too long. That concludes the best of 5 between Umbrella and Sinners. Again, Umbrella move up 1, have now joined Invictus in round 4 of the lower bracket. Sinners out of the tournament. We've only got 4 teams remaining, meaning Sinners take a solid 5th spot in the tournament. And we'll bring you Umbrella and Invictus as soon as possible. They're currently, I mean, it already depends on how quickly they get through their pick and bans. I'm going to put the stream on a standby screen, because yeah, obviously I need to adjust the graphics now for the teams. But yeah, should not take too long, and we'll try to set you up again very, very soon. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned for what is up ahead. Zach will continue to accompany you as well. You'll probably hear me here and there as well. So yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side. See ya in a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Revival Divisions League. We're here with more action, more surprise best of 5 action in the lower semi-finals. We just before the break saw Umbrella sweep Sinners 3-0 in a very dominating fashion, very entertaining match. And now we're back in the next round. Invictus Umbrella, the revenge match. This is the matchup we had at the very start of the season. And safe to say, Umbrella pulled off an upset, knocking Invictus down into the lower bracket, and now they are back for revenge or whatever it is that they may be able to achieve. It's going to be a fun one, but interestingly enough, we have a different caster joining me today. It's Cam. Cam, I've not had the honor of casting with you. Really nice to meet you, man. And how are you feeling about today's matchup?
Very nice to be here, first of all, and nice to be casting with you too. Very excited. I think we're looking at a rematch, which always brings some competitive to it, right? We've seen it, we've been through it, but the one team went through the upper bracket, one lower bracket. Now they meet again. I think it's a very exciting semifinal.
100%. Invictus, of course, across the board, known as one of the strongest teams. Umbrella coming in with really strong side themselves. Honestly, they've had such an impressive run through this tournament, not just this tournament as well. They are performing really well elsewhere, and I think that they are poised to take down this Invictus roster if they continue playing if anything similar to how they performed last game against Sinners. Really strong efficiency on the survivor side, and of course Bobo putting in those really strong killer performances. A tough opponent nonetheless, but yeah, we're already in the lobby for the first set, so why don't we just talk about the sets for a moment? I don't think we have too much time to go through them, but let's talk about the first one. We've got Nightmare on Sanctum of Wrath 2. Now, Nightmare's a pretty popular killer in competitive ever since he got his changes a year or so ago. He's kind of made a resurgence with the rework of his power, and we typically see him on Dead Dog Saloon, but today we're going to see him on Sanctum of Wrath 2, which I do think I have seen before, Cam. I know that maybe you're not used to seeing these like varied maps, but yeah, what do you think about the Nightmare as a killer?
Honestly, I think we've seen some interesting maps and some interesting killers, and I kind of want to praise and blame Mathis for that. We've seen animatronics and so on Nostromo, which was a hoot to cast together. The Nightmare Sanctum of Trap, not particularly one of my personal maps. The Nightmare as a killer, I gotta be honest, also not really my cup of tea. But whenever I feel like teams play him, there's always a lot of action to it, and so that's always exciting to watch. I think Umbrella today have already been through a BO5, and that is just they're locked in. You know, they've already got the mindset, and sometimes it takes you a little bit longer to get into that mindset. And of course, both of these teams are extremely competitive with a lot of experience, but they've already been playing for like 3-4 hours now. They're just very well machinery. While Invictus might still need to get their foot tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys, you know, they're going to be used to like long matches. They have the stamina to go through these like multiple sets, multiple matches. So I don't think you're going to be seeing too much fatigue, but it is always possible. It's always, especially, I mean, if you're losing too. But these guys have on a bit of a win streak at the minute. They're going to be feeling good going into this. But yeah, Nightmare, like you said, he's a fun killer. Honestly, if you have a killer player who knows how to play the Nightmare efficiently, effectively, it can lead to some really strong results. I've seen 4K4s, 4K3s, admittedly not on Sanctum of Wrath 2. I'm sure the result that maybe is expected might be different on a map that's not as standard, but Sanctum of Wrath 2 is kind of a map that's seen a bit of rise in popularity on like not just this league but other ones too, picking it up as a potential test, a potential experiment for how other killers may perform. So there's a bit of expectation there, and I think the players are probably going to be a bit more used to it as more than other maps. Let's say like Nostromo, which is also in the in one of the upcoming sets if we do see it. But yeah, Nightmare Sanctum of Wrath 2, I think it's going to be a good start. I think Bobo is going to be really strong on that killer. I'm expecting Umbrella to put a performance in on that one, and of course it is their pick. So yeah, starting us out with that one. Next up, we got Blight on Shelter Woods 1. Blight a killer, of course, I'm sure you know, but Shelter Woods 1, not a map he's seen on. Once again, that's going to be the second set picked by Invictus. Pedro, very strong Blight. Have you had the pleasure of seeing a Pedro Blight game before?
I have, but never as a caster. So this is my first time casting Invictus specifically. I have done some for Umbrella during the tournament, but no, Invictus, this is the first time casting them. I've seen videos, of course, a very known killer to player combination, let's say. I did want to ask you a question though, right before we get into the lobby, even before we get into the match. Give me one prediction for tonight as the whole set, the whole matches. Who do you think is going to be getting out of this one as a winner? And if you want to give me a prediction for this specific match of the nightmare that we're looking into.
Throw me under the bus, are you? I see.
I love asking this question. And you can ask Mathis. I asked him that question every single time. It's just getting your perspective, getting people's perspective as we load into a match. I think is kind of nice to be able to, just either look back at it and say, oh my God, he's got all the insights and he just knew it, or just look back and be like, he has no clue. So yeah, I am a little bit throwing you, but I'll share mine as well. All right. You go first. I'll go second.
For Nightmare, I think I've been very impressed by what Bobo can do on this killer, and what I've seen from Umbrella today. I think that they are in a position to take this set, but you never know with Invictus. They are a very, very strong side, very consistent as well. That's the main thing. They are a really, really consistent team, and they're able to pull back. They're able to pull things back if it gets dicey. I don't know, it's very difficult. I would say
no pressure.
I'm gonna give the first set to Umbrella. But I don't think it's gonna be one-sided at all. I do think we're gonna see a 4K both sides. And I think it's gonna be a matter of how many gens we see completed. But overall in the series, I do think we have the potential to go to set 4, set 5, which are very interesting sets, by the way. I
would love to see them. Yeah,
I would like to see that far. I'd like to see the status quo be challenged and an Umbrella to go 2-0 up in the matchup. So I would go with the potential underdogs, and give the series to Umbrella. But I'm not 100% on that.
Okay, you're not committed to it. You know what? I'll take it. Listen, I've never met any Umbrella players, as far as I'm aware, but I have met quite a few Invictus players in pub games, and it was not a fun experience for me. It was a very fun experience for them. It was not as much of a fun experience for me as a killer. Okay, those matches did absolutely not go in my favor, but having seen everything that we've seen today and throughout the tournament so far, I'm going to put my own money on Umbrella. I love Invictus. Don't get me wrong. Love both teams. Lots of great names on both. But I just feel like Umbrella just talks to me. Right now, right today, I got to put my money on them.
Both casters going for a underdog story. Our lovely host Mathis, I know you're here. Do you have any predictions too that you want to throw in? Why not?
Based on Umbrella's consistency recently, and I mean, you and I were also just allowed to spectate another game of them against Sinos. Their survival side is super scary. I think on Killer it's more even, but Umbrella, I want to say, have the edge on the survival side. Therefore, I would have to give it to them as well tonight.
A sweep on the desk. Interesting. Well, we are loading into the first set. Nightmare on Sanctum of Wrath 2. We'll see how these teams perform in the unusual map state. But definitely on a killer that these guys are going to be practiced on and know thoroughly. But yeah, I couldn't be more excited to go through and see which of these strong teams are going to be knocked out. in this semi-finals. But Cam,
Time will tell.
yeah, time will tell indeed.
But no, super exciting. We're going to be kicking off here. It is always the question of how long is your start going to take, right? Whenever you did, I feel like that doesn't matter on the killer, but on Sanctum map, which is a relatively big map, you do have some mobility as a nightmare, but it's not like a Blight either. So how strong is your start? We're going to find out. We're going to get our first chase here. We're starting on Pedro. Not bad.
My God, I think when I was talking about how this map was seeing a rise in comp, I was thinking about Family Residence. This is not a map that's seen a rise in comp at all. This is a map that you barely see. So even more so, a bit of a spanner in the works, bit of a curveball for them. But already Pedro might actually... Okay, he does make that window of ult. Nice early hit. Of course, use of that power is going to be hindering, but we are at Shack, so we are going to have some relative safety confirmed. Bit of a delay on the pallet drop, wants to buy an extra second or two, and holding that check spot really nicely.
We know how precious those few extra seconds can be. Deciding to take the teleport and go back to middle, wants to hold on to that. We see, I want to say, a very conventional build, by the exception maybe of batteries. For the rest, we have Eruption, Painless, and Corrupting them into place. And as you said, Shack pallet already down. I feel like Shack is overvalued in pub matches, not necessarily competitive, right? Your teams know when to rotate and just get off those loops and just rotate onto something that's more stable.
Well, Shack is seen as just like a guaranteed form of safety rather than a resource that you should hold on to. If you're in a pinch, you know, there's no hesitation to throw it whatsoever. It's a resource that is high value, but it isn't like exactly a priority in terms of the team. I think you definitely see more of those strategies come in when they recognize an area of the map that maybe they want to like have a bit of safety towards. But right now, Bobo seems to be kind of spreading pressure with his TPs. He is known for this, spreading those injuries and then very much trying to transition into a snowball. But he's struggling. We've seen the strategy not pay off in I want to say some of the previous matches where we had more of a spreading the hook and less of getting a tunnel out and a target out as soon as possible, making it to a 3v1. And historically, it has not worked. So at some point, you've got to commit, but you don't want to give away resources, especially so early into the match. So teleporting to the middle, making sure that is still, Eruption makes sense. Oh, Survivor's fully reset. Rocket was in chase, but he's actually holding on to gens, realizing that the progress is going up. You're going to have to make a decision to commit at some point. Although Spitz is not going to let him get that M1, get that pressure built up. But Invictus Survivors individually performing. Each one, I think, has seen a chase at some point during this series, and Bubbo just hasn't seemed to get any momentum so far early game. This is a really, really impressive showing from the Survivor side, as to be expected.
They're playing it very patiently. I think they're waiting on Bubba to make a mistake, and I think Bubba is trying to do the same thing, but eventually one of them is going to start losing generators, and that's going to be Bubba, right? So the pressure slowly will continue building, but we have... I was about to say we have a flawless play on a 50-50, but no, we do get our first injury on Pedro as well. Was Pedro? No, Pedro was the first one to be chased actually. So we're back on a chase with Pedro. It's like we rewind our time machine. Is he gonna win this one though? Okay, that is a bit of ping, I want to say, and a little bit of unluck. They hit those both through the pallet. We did also see the jump rope. So talk about the add-ons as the Nightmare is using. He is using jump rope and pill bottle. Jump rope giving you a 12 hindered on snares, which might explain why he's been trying to consistently hit it, and pill bottle reducing the duration of the micro sleeve for survivors entering the dream world. So a little bit of information. We have our second chase taking place. We did see Pain Res as well. Pain Res, the first stack of Pain Res did go through, so that is 3 left.
Yeah, first down coming in about 4 minutes into the draw, which is pretty long, if I should say so myself. But in exchange for Bobo's kind of spread pressure, they have been a little bit disrupted in that progress. And Pedro just seems to be winning all his 50s today. He's got this window into the filler. Really strong setup. He's going to be able to buy a lot of time on this one. Third gen does pop, and right now it's really just him. He's going to be able to make the... actually going to go for the fake onto the pallet, which does cost him his life. Doesn't opt for the window for whatever reason. And that's the second stage. And the pacing of the match is definitely sped up on the killer side, and we'll see how that impacts the rest of the game.
I feel like that was probably a little bit of maybe ping again, a little bit of unluck. I feel like Pedro did a good job.
I think that was a fine hit. I think it was a fine hit.
Yeah. But we do have our tunnel target now. Pedro's the one that we're going to try to get out of this match as soon as possible, make it into V1 and then just snowball from there. But we do see a reset coming through, and it will actually go all the way through, which is a bit of a dent in Bubbles' plan, because now instead of an injured survivor, he has to go through 2 entire health states.
The mind games. That's what you see in high level chases. It's always so entertaining, and Bobo just sends it, and the hit tank is not going to come in. Dan not going to be able to protect Pedro from an injury. Third gen's going to pop. Rocket 60% on the way off the fourth, and right now it's really about how long they can hold on to Pedro's life here with the body block. But this is honestly the perfect tile to take the hit on, especially when you've got the safety of the window. That pallet not really going to be one that he wants to stick around to, but Pedro's trying to make some distance away to safety. But the slowdown, crucially, is going to be a factor in this one. And Bubba just sends it around. He's done losing 50s. He wants to get this first survivor out, and he's finally done.
He did, and yeah, the 12% hinder does make quite a difference. Even if your teammates are there to take hits, it's still quite an important slowdown. I kind of gasped when the hit went through onto Pedro through the body block there, because I feel like that was maybe a deciding factor for this match. The fact that he did get that injury and then was able to now just follow up. But a very nice short swing through the pallet will give him another injury on Rocket. And at this point, I feel like we're getting quite a good, quite a bit of pressure. But yeah, one more generator popping through, and now it's a chase. Who do we find, and how fast can we get them down?
Yeah, Rocket, bit of hesitation on that pallet vault, and it is going to result in his death. Eruption going to proc onto Dan. That's good information for Bobo. He's going to know where to take his next chase, and crucially, we're going to get these next pain rate stacks in, which is where this is where the match really starts. Bobo's going to be able to slow them down. And it's going to be really important. Oh, go ahead.
It started being a bit of a war of attrition. Not that it hasn't been since the beginning, but this one does cement it as starting now.
Yeah, 100% Rocket now on the hook. Dan still hasn't got reset, but he has been found crucially. Is it Shaq still is going to be immune to those snares for the time being, as he did wake himself up with a clock, but Bobo should have enough distance.
What pallet do? That
Not
saves
quite.
him and buys him quite a bit of time. Does decide to win? No, does not win the 50. That was close. That was very close though.
Yes, indeed. Just getting a quick screen share restart was tough to see for a moment, and that's much better. I have 20/20 vision now. This is great. Does happen sometimes
when you don't have to. Yeah, when you don't have to guess who the survivor in chases. It's always good. It's always better. But Rocket taking this one. Yeah. Rocket, I want to say, is one of the most incredible players that I've actually seen. Like every time I watch him play, I don't know. He just look at that. I'm talking about it, and you see it happen. Rocket is crazy. Like the guy's just that good.
That's on Bobo ping too as well. No MS reach on the claws. Yeah, chooses to leave. Wants to hold on to this last generator. Still has 2 pain res stacks, but still the eruption as well in play. Right now,
Rocket did wake himself up. He did wake himself up. So pallets and yeah, snare. The hinder is not going to be as effective. And from Bubba's point of view, we need to commit to a chase here. That you gotta get somebody down.
It's Dan working this generator. Was hiding in basement. Wasn't found by Bubba. And he wants the second stage onto Rocket. We saw it a few times during the Sinners game, Bobo getting a lot of pressure onto the second survivor to try and really hinder the survivors in the 2v2, and that is going to result in a down and a second stage. I think he's worried about the progression. Is he not committing to this immediately? No, he will get the pickup. Spitz, knowing he is on that progress generator, wants to remain safe and prepare for that rotation as well. Bobo is going to be making his way over to the main building as this heartbeat creeps closer. Dan also working that second gen, and this is going to be a battle of attrition. They want to make sure that they keep Rocket alive, otherwise in the 2v1 it's going to be really hard to hold these generators.
I don't see one more generator popping unless there's a big effort made to protect Rocket. But the problem with that is, while you're protecting Rocket, then you're not fixing gens. And you're giving info to the killer, who can then, really focus on the chase rather than being afraid or concerned that something is going to go through. We still see 2 stacks of pain rest, and those really could make a difference. We do see the unhook on Rocket, and Babo is going to go straight for him. Is somebody going to try to take a hit, or are we just going to basically ask him, hey, last as long as you can, balance to coming through? That buys him a lot of distance. I think this is... no, we do have somebody coming. Yeah, Spitz is ready to take a hit for him. Dan trying to get that last generator done. I think this is probably the strategy. Maybe doubling it work, and we... Yep. Please, you say it.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, you can't body block Freddy. The charging of the snare loses collision on the killer. So, yeah, that's really, good knowledge of the killer. I mean, I think that was a strat that kind of emerged off the back of his rework that was really, really cool to see. And watching players employ it and actually... shutting down that altruism is also really entertaining to watch. But we're now in a 2v1. Bobo really going to have to search for this survivor, pesky survivor, who we know is in the basement.
Dan is in the basement. But yeah, Spitz is being a BCP. He's getting progress.
Yeah, they have to do very, very advanced. They have to pre-run pretty much, very far in advance. They can't let any scratch marks be seen, because once one's found, then yeah, it's pretty doom and gloom for the other. Especially when you're at this level of progression, you need to get that gen up there. And we know that we've got 2 pain rest stacks left as well, so those you can't rule those out too.
No, that's why if one of them has to pull an incredible chase. I want to say one of them has to pull a miraculous chase, and Bobo has to decide to commit to that chase, ignoring every logic that would probably tell him to drop and go check on his gens, because Bobo at this point is not really feeling a clock timer. Yes, they're progressing, but I feel like he's got control of the match right now.
This is a good setup for Dan. Never mind, that was a fake pallet. This is the second fake pallet. Should put him into the... Oh my god, the timing! Oh, the timing on the dream pallet explosion!
That was... I did not even see that exploding.
That was... Wait, was that snare into pallet explosion, injury into hit? I think that was the most unexpected... Dan has to be so confused at the timing on that. That is crazy.
We are confusing. We were watching it, and we've been paying attention to it. I'm sure we're going to watch it in the replay, but if that was the play, Bobo just pulled off.
They just went from stealthing for 3 minutes into a 4-tap. That's what we just watched. What the hell was that?
30 seconds, 0 to hero. Hero to 0.
I've never seen a quad tap in DBD before. What is that?
That was impressive. We're gonna enjoy this one on the replay. But 4K1 is not a bad result for Bobo at all, actually.
Yeah, not at all. Crucially getting that tunnel out to Rocket, and then playing his cards right on. That was the second tunnel out.
You caught me, by the way. I completely forgot that the Nightmare could do that. That good old Freddy could actually just bypass 2 survivors, and so I was in my speech going, "Yeah, this is definitely the play," and then he just phases through, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that."
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's very, very fun to see. when they do it, and of course they have to be prepared for that too. You just can't be. You have to just make the only real counter to that is being by pallet. Here it is. Here's the play.
Oh my!
So
the timing is incredible.
He just explodes. Just explodes him.
It was at the same time.
It wasn't in the. Yeah, I mean, this is
And the explosion. So the explosion goes first, and then the hit coming in second, and we're going pixel by pixel. But I think this is when the explosion is happening. And I'm
so the M1 puts him into the dream state, and it's right on the edge of the dream pallet. So the dream pallet like downs him, but the swing comes in like literally, and I'm seeing literally milliseconds before it explodes, right? Because he's going into the dream state as it's exploding. Like this timing is ridiculous. Like you cannot get closer than this. I think in the game, like there's no way. That is crazy. That's the most insane thing I've ever seen on a Freddy, like just Freddy moment I've ever seen in comedy. That's crazy. That's got to be one for the highlight reel.
Yeah,
100%.
That was great. That was
send it to comedy or something. I don't know. Like that's crazy. That's insane.
Okay, so we are going to be looking, I think, here at a little bit more of a bubble control. I want to say this is when he's, had to go for the tunnel out, but still decided that he wanted to maintain progress. We had a very fast reset on Pedro. I don't think there's anything else that could have been done. Like, he got on hook, he got reset, he is full. We had people coming in to take hits for him. He's winning 50s. It's just well played by Bubble.
Well, I tell you what, it's also the fact that these guys are always playing ladder, right? And they're always facing each other. So they always know the habits of their opponent too. And that's when like high level games are really interesting when it comes to like M1 chases, because it's all about knowing your opponent and just kind of their like tendencies in chase. And I think Pedro is just like clearly just been against Bubbo. He's played against Bubbo so much he just knows like what Bubbo likes to do in chase. And yeah, we saw so many examples of that in the early game. A lot of things in like preventing Bubbo from getting the down. I think it's just down to those really small differences in or those small minuscule decisions. Like we call them 50s, but it's also a lot of psychology in the way that they play against each other.
And as you said, a lot of knowledge. They know each other very well. They've been in the comp scene for quite a while. They play against each other. And we saw this time and time again over the last few weeks as the tournament developed. We saw really precise decisions by killers because they were expecting a very specific reaction from the survivors. And as you said, there's psychology to it, but I also think it's definitely, I wouldn't call it guessing. I think it's you're how do I say it? You're playing against experienced players, and that is something that you can count on. I think that sometimes they would probably have a harder time playing against a regular Joe that doesn't have any experience and is just going to take the most weirdest pathing ever.
100%. We're going to get into that flip side of the coin now. Survivors of Umbrella going to be going up against, I think, Nightlight. I'm not sure. I didn't actually see who was in lobby, so I guess we'll wait to see and find out. I forget who plays Freddy for the team. It is Nightlight. Thank you very much, producer. Yeah. Thank you, producer. Appreciate that. I did think it was Nightlight, but he likes to play the weird and wacky killers.
Who else but Nightlight?
But yeah, 4K2 needed to secure the win. If there's any man to do it, it is Nightlight. But 4K on Freddy is more common than you think in high level matches. But the way that Umbrella have been playing on Survivor has just been so impressive. So I would not be surprised if we see outs from them. Equally, Nightlight putting in a killer performance to secure that win condition for his team.
We do see a bit of a different build as well. We have pop as opposed to batteries included. That gives us a little bit more gen regression. This might be, you know, just Nightlight being more used to. We did see some fantastic views out of batteries a few days ago, which was which showcased the strength of the perk. Last match, I don't think it was that helpful. Not at least that I paid attention or noticed. We do see a smash hit, though, on Hardwell that could try to go for it. Unfortunately, doesn't get it. And neither does he get the blind. Nightlight playing very well. Well, he's winning a lot of quote-unquote 50s and makes it to the next championship. Fantastic gameplay by Hardwell here. Not a single point of hesitation.
Still decide to send it, and this will be the first hit coming in, but got a lot of time out of those 2 resources, which you wouldn't typically expect. Thankfully for Nightlight, I don't think he's in particularly the safest area, but it looks like we've actually chosen to leave the chase, try and spread some pressure onto the gens. The corrupt intervention still in play, and we're just going to take the pressure from that injury and try and convert it into another chase. First gen popping now. It's much further ahead than we saw the gens last trial, and they were doubling that crucially. That's an important gen that they wanted to get rid of. And like trying to chase down I think that's grown out in the dream world with the snares. Hasn't quite found that connection yet.
A bit of a gambling game here, but as long as he can keep it up, it is going to pay off. Does he make this? Oh my, okay. For a second I thought that was going to be one of the craziest wins, but no, Nightlight not committing to it. Wants to get more value going for the magic, leaving. Well, I'm going to call him a chance. I know that what is the correct name, Zach? Help me out here.
I believe it's Grenout.
Yeah.
Considered one of the best Survivor players, I think. But did take a break from the game, so might not be in prime form. But the way these guys are performing individually is just out of this world. So really, really high progression for the Survivors. We'll get the Pop Goes the Weasel, not on that gen. And look at this. Look at the progression.
So much progress from Hardwell, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't even feel like the chases have been that long, like in particular. And I just don't know where they pull this progression out. Like it's like out of a hat or something.
Gen pops. I feel like the last one just went back. I feel like we just got into this match, but no, we're seeing a degree of efficiency from Umbrella that we mentioned at the beginning of the match. They're very locked in, very efficient, very focused, and they've been doing great throughout the entire tournament.
Squeezing as much time out of the first stage, committing that to generators. But Nightlight isn't a killer player to let them get that rotation for free. Hardwell going to be spotted. I think he is anticipating it to be a bait. Yes, he's a second survivor. Okay, so this is crucial, right? So this should be a second stage on screen. I don't think he's going to be able to let them get that. They are coming in for the double save, but it's going to be rough. The time is going to be very tight. This. Will they get it? He's going to be able to interrupt whoever. Oh, he just okay. He tried to interrupt it, but they do manage to get it. Crucially, that's going to make a massive difference to the next few minutes of the game. Trying to commit onto Lamagic with the patience on the pallet drop. Not like going to be forcing him to drop it. And unfortunately, the insta-volt isn't going to work out. Wow, that was really, really close to second stage there, and the fact that they're able to deny it is huge.
Probably mere seconds away from second stage happening, and as you said, an important one, and it's an extra health state. You're delaying that tunnel out, and Nightlight probably has to adapt strategy here. Cannot go for the. I would be surprised if he went now for a hard tunnel on anybody. Actually, we see him going for SWAT, and maybe wants to get more pain res value. Does have pop, does have eruption. Those are very consistent gen slowdowns. You can play around them. You can proc them when you want to. What would you do? What's give me an estimation as to what do you think would work best here?
Well, he needs an elimination. He needs to find Lamagic right now. He needs to find this reset wherever it's happening, and I think he has done. That is going to be a really interesting find. But these are both dream pallets, and the person that's with him, I believe, was Swatter, who was already injured, and crucially makes that pallet drop. That's going to save him a little bit of time. Is he going to fake this? Nightlight reads it really well, and he swings for it. Expects another fake.
The
These are the 50-50s. Yeah, I mean,
fog vial.
that's more time that you could hope for on a pallet like that. So really well played from him. That's going to be a second stage. And is this a Painrez hook? I don't think the magic has been a Painrez used yet. That's correct. That is going to be an instant TP from Nightlight. So, well, I mean, the amount of time that they bought themselves stopping that second stage is now kind of racking up. But that Painrez was pretty important for Nightlight there.
It was, but our win condition is 4K1, and there's 2 gens to go. That's it. It's not a. I feel like Umbrella is doing really well, especially because we can see the Hardwell being at about 75% with this corner gen, which is not one that I think Nightlight is going to have the easiest time holding on to.
Yeah, if he wants to win this trial, he needs to. Well, if he wants to win the set, he needs to not let another gem pop. It might be more realistic to play for a tie. I think there's been a lot of ties so far in Revival. It is one of those things that you do go for. And right now, that elimination that he's so desperate for is going to be stopped right now. Granite being assigned. I'll keep going for the call out of James. It's also like,
I'm gasping every time those pallets are coming into view.
Yeah, Hardwell about to pop a 4th gen, and Eruption's going to stop that one down. Is he going to go for the elimination? He is. I think Hardwell will end up popping that gen, and it will be a tie condition secured. However, yeah, I mean, with the amount of progress we've seen on the map, it's going to be tough for Nightlight to call this one back.
Especially because now you can try to potentially either split the pressure or double if you get close enough. Swatter being found, though, is probably the best case scenario for Nightlight, because he's the only one injured, and it would have been a lot harder. But look at the last generator. Hardwell on it, and it is already 75% TP from Nightlight going on to that generator. He knows that this is close, and he knows that they're going to be pressuring it, but at the same time, at some point, he's going to have to commit, and we kind of circle back to, you know, slowly biting away progress, and eventually that generator will pop.
Yeah, well, the injuries are good. The injuries mean that they have to play really safe. And he's found an injured survivor crucially. Remember, these he's got 2 Painrez stacks, and Swatter is one of those. It is going to be a pretty juicy target. I think he's actually found a second survivor. If I wasn't wrong, I saw someone else. I don't mind. Maybe I was just seeing things. That's Eruption procced and should be a Painrez. Let's see. I think that they were particularly focused on a gen. Yeah, Hardwell stealthing. Granite playing this gen over by towards the shack, and yeah, slowly but surely, if they stay injured, that's really Nightlight's kind of way into this match. So Hardwell really needs to not be found. Granite especially. And I think he just had some. I don't mind. I'm seeing things.
No, I think that this is now in Umbrella's hands to win. I think this is how they decide to play. Is it's a 3v1. It is 100% winnable. It is just a matter of what do you prioritize? Do you prioritize?
Well, this is where Pop comes in, right? This is where Pop comes in, because they're recycling hooks, and he's able to catch them off guards, or he's able to get those quick downs and just convert it into pop kicks. Then their progress is going to be quickly whittled down, and it's going to be less and less winnable for them. They're going to have to hope for regression events to kick in, or to stop kicking in. And yeah, this is a really tough spot. Whoever is going for that unhook needs to not be found. I mean, this is
Hardwell being found, though, is a big deal.
This is aggressive. This is very intentional, I presume, to let Swatter get unhooked. Yeah, Hardwell being found there is very much intentional on the Umbrella side, I think.
Second stage, I saw it happening, but it didn't. In my mind, it was there, but it didn't. That is me just feeling that it was like a few seconds away.
Yeah, Nightlight is not someone to really let them get away with that for free.
No,
that was.
Right.
I think they recognized that. Swatter's been found, and Hardwell on the floor. Granat is going to have to really be the savior of the team right now, unless he's sticking that gen. Who knows? I don't think he is. No, he's right here, and he's been found. So wow, this look how quickly it can. And it's those injuries, them not being able to reset, Nightlight not giving them the space to reset was crucial in
Nightlight things.
Yeah, and if there's anyone that, like I said, can tie up or back the win, it's going to be him. That was a very interesting interaction. Yeah, tied set.
Huge if they got away with this. Even just a few seconds that it's buying now Hardwell to try to get Granat up is it could be a difference maker, but Nightlight is chasing relentlessly after him. Yeah,
on the side quest.
Listen, I don't know how this happened. I really don't. Like, actually, you know what? I'm gonna say Nightlight played extremely well. As you mentioned, the injuries, they were not able to reset, and he was able to capitalize on those.
Well, I think about the map as well. He had that great vantage point of main on this map, particularly to his advantage. Gives him a lot of line of sight, and it's one of those things where he knows where the survivors are. He knows where his hook survivor is for sure, and stopping that rotation coming through and being able to hold that middle point of the map is so huge. So I think it's the first time we've seen the effect of this new map introduction is that bottleneck in the middle that he was able to hold for so long. And what it took for him to leave that area and go for chase was for the fresh hook injured survivor of Hardwell pain res stack to show himself. So yeah, much like Bobo holding on for that 4K1 Nightlight did exactly the same thing. And yeah, really impressive performance from both sides. And I was a tie is possible. I mean, I called Umbrella to win it, but yeah, I think Nightlight knew how to play his cards right.
He did, and the replay is going to be very interesting to go through some of those plays. We had a very similar start from both survivors, from both killers actually, from both sides. Let's say I feel like both had a good chase. Both cases, Bobo and Nightlight didn't commit to the first chase and decided to go for a little bit more map stabilizing, getting eruption, getting survivors off, and as you said, main being a bit of a bottleneck, a focal point for the gameplay. Yeah. You know what? I'm happy because that brings us one match closer to the tiebreaker and the really cool killers that we have coming up.
It was a good early game for the Umbrella Survivors. Hardwell had a great chase. He didn't have much to work with, but he did make a lot work. There's only really so much you can do into those snares, and I mean, he only had a TNL, whatever that was, to work with. And yeah, the efficiency of the survivors was there. They had a lot of gem progress. We saw it across the map. Of course, Nightlight knows what he's got to work with. He's going to have that internal clock running, and he's going to have the map kind of sussed out, so to speak. And it's hard to manage gens against a team like this, but he did it well. And I have to say, a lot of these early chases were great and contributed to that nice early start for the survivors, but ultimately it kind of fell apart when they kind of stuck on both sides of the map.
Yeah, and this save that we saw on Shaq did give me hope that we be able, at least from the survivors side, to stabilize the map, the game, the match. But no, that was not enough. Although that was a very good play from them. So everything is kind of reset for K1 for both teams. We're going to be looking at the next set now. What do you think? Do you think Umbrella is maybe realizing it? We gotta focus up because I mean, it's Invictus. You're not going up against anybody else. It's some big names, very experienced players.
Petra's Blight is just so oppressive. Bobo's just as great, honestly. But if there's a standout Blight player for me is Pedro. It is and I think it is going to be a measure of who performs better on the killer. Because I mean, Blight is a killer you expect the 4K on. Whether you expect it on Shelterwoods 1, I think you definitely do. Personally, we were talking about the map in general. Like it's nowhere's really safe. It is that Macmillan realm. So in terms of the tiles that you see, it's going to be relatively like it's going to be a comfort zone for some, like to some degree, but at the same time, this map can spawn dead zones like you'd never believe. Like it's not something that I'm expecting to be easy for the survivors. So yeah, I'm going to be looking towards what they can achieve, but more or less what the killer player is going to go through with this time.
And you said Blight was an Invictus pick, so we are looking at them and their confidence in the gameplay that they've prepared for us, and we are going to be seeing Umbrella go on the survivor side first. So yeah, between the map and the players, I think it's going to be a fun map. I think a lot is going to be decided in the early game and how those resources, you mentioned that there's a lot of dead zones that can happen. How do you manage those resources and get the best out of it?
Yeah, I mean, building 2, you've got the one strong palette is just a Blight. I mean, he kind of he is an S tier, so you can kind of measure like for other tiers of killer, you can kind of go into it with a certain expectation of what they'll achieve, but Blight kind of surpasses that. So I don't know what to expect from a map like Shelterwoods 1 because I've never seen it, but I would expect it isn't as frivolous or as filled out as Suffocation Pit, and that's what weird maps do to you. Like you have to practice them, but it is Blight, so at the same time, it's kind of to be expected that the survivors are kind of struggle on a map like this. It's just about who's going to be the most efficient on gents. And Umbrella, for me, they've been very good on their survivor side.
Yeah, we are sorry about that. We were trying to get a clearer picture on the match. It is a bit blurry, I want to say, for us the casters at the moment, but I'm not going to put you under the spot and ask you to make another prediction, and we are going to be jumping into the match very soon, so don't worry about that one.
About the other sets, I mean, we can kind of point towards them a little bit now that we've got a tied set that will be replayed if it has to. But what it does mean is that we are guaranteed set 4. But the next, after Blight, we do have Cenobite and Dead Dog Saloon, which is a bit more of a classic one. El Clasico, that set is. And Bobo, Pedro, both, again, very competent killers on the Cenobite. After that, we got Mastermind on Ormond Lake Mine, which Mastermind is a favorite of mine. And I think Ormond Lake Mine is another map that is rising in popularity. This time I can actually say it because it is true. A lot of leagues picking it up in their map pool. But I think the one that really is throwing me off is the Tiebreaker, which honestly, God, I hope we don't see, but I don't think the players want to see it either. It's
I
going to be
hope we're going to see it. I think it's going to be great. I hope we're going to see it. I feel like we're any situation where we're able to not only make it that far, but also bring maybe players outside of what would be their comfort zone. I think it's going to make for very interesting and entertaining matches for us. Now they might not be the happiest, but I think that's going to be very entertaining to watch.
Indeed. Yeah, we're back in the lobby. Had a slight disconnect from it. We've got ourselves back into it. Just waiting for the players already up. On Bobo La Magic, hit that ready button. Same with Pedro. Want to get some Shelter Woods gameplay for Blight.
You've been talking about Pedro's Blight now for a little bit, so I'm feeling. And again, this is my first time casting Invictus.
Well, I have high expectations. You know.
Okay.
High expectations. I think he's just very competent on the killer, very consistent as well. He has very good bump logic, and there's no situation where your survivor's getting out unscathed in most cases. I just feel like he has that chase sense and really good mechanics on the killer to stomp if he's given the opportunity. And one of those opportunities might be the map itself.
Is Blight a killer that you enjoy playing, by the way? I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Blight was one of the killers that I played a lot when I was actively playing killer. He's just I don't know. But what pre changes? I mean, when you could hook tip on him, he was more fun. But yeah, when they removed that, it was boo. But I think it just forced people to go for that bump logic as well, in a way.
The bump logic and the fact that now the killer is 4.4 from 4.6. So not only did we see the speed and as you mentioned, the hook tech being lost, it's a very different killer than we would be looking at, say, about a year ago. Before all of has it actually been a year? But okay, let's say 2 years ago. I'm gonna go back a little bit further, but we do have a first chase that happening on Swatter now that try to go for a bit of stairs tech by crouching and avoiding that hit. Didn't manage to, but Pedro very, very convincing, and we do see the first down coming very, very quickly.
Yeah, I'm forced to chase the short side of a rock filler after a really, really bad hit. A bit further into the basement, and that is a very, very fast down. Swatter kind of caught in a bit of a bad position. One of the things about this map is there's safety in the tiles, but they are quite spacious. Like they're quite sporadic, and I mean, yeah, this is the bump logic coming in. Hardwell forced to camp the pallet. It's really the only option you have against Blight. But Pedro has just got such insane reaction speeds that it's kind of hard to avoid hits in that situation. You have to really gamble which side of the pallet you want to go for. We've already found another survivor. That's a hit onto Bobo. Hardwell and Bobo now sustaining injuries. Swatter has been unhooked by the magic off in the distance, and this is some serious early pressure we've got going on. Thankfully, we are at the shacks. There's a bit of safety in that. That's going to be dropped immediately because there's no real other option. Pedro, we see him double back into the shack. We've got this pallet being used, and actually does avoid the swing. It's going to be short-lived though, as he reads the fake. And we don't even have to go for the quick elimination. That early down, he's going to know that basically nothing was achieved on the gen side of things. And yeah, he's going to secure this next hook. And what a good start. What do you think about Pedro's Blight so far?
Honestly, yeah, things went downhill so fast, so quick. A lot of pressure. As you said, the first chase. Look at the hits. The hits they're taking, the chase they're taking on average about 5 seconds, and we're seeing a health save being lost on the above side. This is yeah, very effective from Pedro right now. We did see, I think it was a plot twist on Swatter. That did go for a reset on himself right there, and that is going to help. Popo at the moment, the only one progressing generators, and the magic cannot afford to be caught.
Yeah, they've definitely slowed down. I think they realized they were getting found far too quickly, and I think that's just testament to this map. Really, it's a suffer pit with a bottleneck. You've got the map to cross, but Shelter was a bit more open, so it's a lot more easy for Pedro to kind of see things and whatnot, and they're just forced to make an aggressive unhook, and it's gonna be Swatter on that, who's already got hook stage. So Pedro knows, for example, that if he chases Hardwell down, it's a second stage. If he takes the free trade onto the already hooked survivor, it's basically the same thing. So he's going to save himself time with that. Pop now being applied and has found the injured Magic. This is going to get ugly real fast, especially with him going edge map.
Also, that is there is no way out. That magic just goes down very quickly. Pedro not even feeling the need to go for the slug and try to find Swatter. I think he's just feeling that confident on 4 gens and actually goes for the hook, and now we'll probably be looking at finding either Hardwell or Swatter. And that would put him in a situation where both targets would be on double, which I think is a great place to be. Especially so early into the match. We still have 4 generators, and I don't think we've seen a lot of progress on either of them.
Yeah, I mean, he's spreading hook stages, but he's getting that pop eruption value on wherever that progress is. He's holding down, he's particularly holding down any sort of amount. That's the first pallet stun we've seen this game. Every single rush it's been through the pallet, it's been successful. And Pedro's just going to take the pallet and leave. Thank you very much. This pallet was, well, searching for stealthing survivor. They have to play really safe here. I believe that was Deliverance used from the magic, perhaps. Not 100% sure. Either that or second wind. No idea.
Yeah, might have made sense. But we do have Hardwell being found and the Hardwell being down extremely quickly. This is honestly, I think we're going to be looking at the.
Doesn't it? I mean, it just feels too chaotic to be a combat. It just feels like a pub boy. It's just like pubs. He's just stomping them like. He's got the game sense to know someone's around. Hardwell was there. Did find him eventually. He's searching for that early rotation for the unhook. That's the Wretched Fate.
I'm scared for them, and I'm not even a part of this match.
Things definitely kind of advancing without us.
Yeah, so we are going to be looking. Okay, and we find somebody straight away. And who did we? Who are we? Bubba. Okay, Bubba is probably the only target right now that you don't necessarily want to go for. We do see the rotation of Swatter in basement going for Hardwell, but now both targets are just a great target to go for. And Pedro has the choice. We'll probably stick to Hardwell. Could have gone for Swatter. It would have been too held states to go to with the wound, the deep wound on Hardwell. So it's pretty much the same thing. Just decided to go for the injury thing.
Wow, really close that. Goes for the swing across the pallet, which is, of course, how to not get vacuumed on Blight. But Hardwell just had enough distance to make it. Doesn't make this pallet. Just a slight hesitation on that does allow Pedro to get the down, and that is the first death coming in. Third gen does pop. So, wow. The early pressure that Pedro had, they were able to stop it down and find Swatter very okay.
He's just bouncing, and survivors are just putting themselves in the line of his bounce.
I spawned. Yeah, that was interesting.
It probably was a calculated play, but we didn't see Swatter, so yeah, came out of nowhere just to take a hit, and this is going to be a 2v1 situation now. Not a lot of gen progress. I don't think you're gonna get one more to yeah. I don't think you're gonna get anything better than this. Not in this match.
Yeah, not with Hop and Eruption. Can see Eruption applied to so many gens across the map. Look at all of them. He's gonna know that gen right there is the one they're progressing. He's still got Pop though, so he's not gonna only get this gen down. He's also going to be able to find our survivor. Yeah, the scratch marks running away. Should be just a matter of time now.
I feel like this could be a bait though, because Bubbo is getting progress, and if they were able to get one more generator, it would go a long way for them. But no, Pedro is too experienced to let himself get baited that way, and rotates back and does end up finding Bubble very quickly. Finds the scratch marks, finds Bubble himself, and not a lot of resources left on middle, I think, for them to get value. The Magic starting a new generator. This is looking very Pedro-sided.
Overcome going to be used for a bit of distance, but it is a Blight, so you have to be wary. He's got his rushes. Ooh, actually shoulder bumped on that tree. I don't think that was intentional. Otherwise, he would have got the swing around it. but then it's just a quick hide of the red stain, and never mind. I thought that was a for sure hit. He's gonna be able to make it back to this drop pallet now, and Pedro's just playing with his food a little bit. Playing 50s on this one. I mean, this is all he has to work with.
Amazing.
I mean, they're having fun in this chase. Oh, makes him swing again. This is the real winner. Whoever wins this chase, I mean, he will die eventually. But nice for Bubbo to get a lot of value out of that weak little pallet there. The magic avoiding the eruption, but Pedro is going to know fully well that someone is here. Oh,
doesn't find him though, and this could be very big. This could be very big if he goes back and does pressure Bubble. But then, in that situation, what do you do? Not much.
Oh, I see. He 99'd the regression on the gen on the eruption, so that it would make Pedro think that no one was there on the gen.
That is.
So he rushed away. He rushed away thinking that that kind of pre-run was there, you know, for the rotation, knowing like, hey, I'm going down, position yourself for the unhook. There's a lot of mind games in 2v1.
Yeah.
Do you have to worry about them saving their teammate or being on the gen? We saw it in the spirit match of last game, but Babo was very nicely able to read the reset. But yeah, I mean, this is shortly coming to a close.
I mean, look at the perks that we have on the Magic. This could be extended by quite a bit, and if Bubble with Bubble okay, never mind. I was about to say with Bubble resetting, we could be looking at what more generator going through if the Magic buys enough time with
Bubble eruption. I'm not sure. Me personally, I don't think it's happening, unless they've spawned some progression out of nowhere. Especially because that gen was still regressing. It's been regressing this whole time. Oh. Okay, jump scare for Pedro. Bubbo slow vaulting into him, and
yeah, I think we're calling it quits. I think we're just accepting our fate on this one because Pedro played absolutely out of this world.
Yeah, I like the confidence in the longer set, and then it just immediately being over in like 10 seconds later. You gotta love that.
So we saw some very good plays. You had hyped Pedro's Blight into a good cause, I want to say, especially from the very beginning with very fast chases, very short chases, injury coming in mere seconds after loading into the match. And at some point, we even had a flying swatter just appear out of thin air and just place himself in Pedro's rush.
Yeah, this is a good decision to run into basement by Swatter because you can crouch that, but it wasn't soon enough. He didn't quite get the crouch off in time. And then, yeah, he's kind of forced to play 50s at this pallet. It's a bit unfortunate, but again, this map is the pallet generation and just the towers that you have available to you are always going to be limited and probably not something you're like comfortable with, you know, in terms of pathing and where to go. So, yeah, you could also argue that maybe running into basement, forcing blocker is just as safe as wherever he ran. But yeah, did work out. And really, really fast early down. He was just playing for stages early on because he knew, he just was just getting these down super, super fast. So
he was. It's going to be interesting to see if now how well he does on the survivor side, because often you see a killer player playing particularly well against a specific killer that they are comfortable with.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to take a quick break just to get a breather, glass of water whilst we wait for that switch over. Don't go anywhere, folks. Welcome back, everybody. We are loading into our next trial, but it's glad to be back. We had a bit of a stretch of our legs, and players very patiently waiting for us whilst we do that. But now we have what I was going to say, but before I realised that it's actually Grenaut on Killer. It's going to be Grenaut on the Blight, which is an interesting one. It's not one I was expecting. But welcome back, Cam, and how are you feeling about this?
I don't know. I feel like we just saw what we saw from Pedro is going to be so difficult to match up. I don't know what to expect. I'm a loss for... Okay, never mind. I'm no longer a loss for word. We have a very good play by Pedro there, buying a lot of time and avoiding the first hit. But yeah, honestly, I don't know what to expect. I think we're in for a crazy match.
Indeed, and what would be worth to mention as well, there's in the balance thing, there is a perk at this tier of killer that the players have available to them. And interestingly enough, neither side is using it. Now, it's not a perk that's ever been allowed to see the light of day in comp, and that was a very interesting play by Dan. Good job from him. Shoulder the Burden, ladies and gentlemen. Shoulder the Burden is available to these players, and they are not using it. Oh. Moment of hesitation there causes Dan's death. Yeah, a free use of a tunnel out. Wow, free denial of the tunnel out with no skill whatsoever, as it was quoted by Mathis. And neither player have opted to go for it. Maybe just a point where they don't expect it, or I don't know. I feel like these guys will thoroughly look through the balancing before they make these builds. And yeah, neither side's opted for it. Interesting.
So do you think it was a deliberate decision or maybe an oversight? Because I would not see why they wouldn't want to, unless they assume that by taking it, it could backfire because the other side is expecting them to bring it. But I feel like we're going into Matrix-like kind of territory right now.
I think we're so far into the tournament now. What has it been, like 6 weeks? And these guys will have made so many builds and probably played Blight multiple times. So I can only assume it's intentional. For what reason? You know, I feel like the only way we could know is to ask them, but I don't think that's going to happen. I'll have to just ask in his Twitch chat tomorrow or something. I don't know. Why no shoulder?
Why no shoulder? But we did see the unhook on Dan and the tunnel out decision, I think. The Spitz taking a hit in the meantime, but does not manage actually to get away, and we will not go for Dan. I feel like given that Dan is the obsession, that kind of might have been the reason why we're not going for the tunnel out, just expecting that yes to be played.
Potentially, we have heard him and we have found him. This is going to give Grenaut a bit to work with, and we actually spot the rotation out on the unhook as well. Actually, never mind, it's still done. He actually just held W all the way over to that falling. Unhook comes through. He's being slugged. Grenaut knows he has to get that 4K3 for the win. All the pressure that he can amount, if it's offered to him, he is going to take it. Pedro going to take a M2 over that filler pallet, and DS has in fact a run out, as you called it.
Too experienced. These players are too experienced to fall into a DS. Me, I would have went there and been like, oh, I got it down, and then just picked up and ate a DS, and that would have been the rest of my match over. But no, like we're not going to be going for that. We are already on 3 generators remaining though, so we got to make something happen quickly.
Indeed, reset of the injured players coming through, and Spitz getting that unhook for free. Grenaut not able to spot out that rotation, and DS is still in use. That perk was not used, and the advantage of that is it can be used now. Still the BT running out just as he reaches the pallet, has this jungle dim strong tile to use, and is going to force the edge. He's deciding to eat it. I think he knows it's coming. Dan will hit that, and he has orientation. Oh, it's actually the long wall, so don't have full safety. Decision to run edge map isn't going to result in his death anyway. So yeah, I mean, it's going to buy them time to get gens done. This is going to be the 3rd gen completed. Actually, never mind. It's the 4th. That's going to be the win secured. Oh my goodness.
And that's it. I mean, honestly, with Federer's performance, I don't think we could have expected anything else. I think that just in terms of perks, including something like DS that buys you time, it was enough time for them to get the chain leaders done. I don't think from Grenad's point you had a choice whether or not to take the DS from Dan there, because if you let him go, then your match is over anyway. And if you delay that hit, well, the same thing that just happened is going to happen regardless. And also, why not? We're going to eat a blast mine for dinner.
Taste of defeat. Yeah, all that remains now is just to play out the trial. But yeah, I mean, I feel like this was a set. So I like Umbrella are a great side. We've talked about how we're all expecting Umbrella to win, but I think Blight is probably the one set that I don't think that they had really any like chance to win. I think the difference between the killer players was too great.
I feel like if we see a complete loss on the side of Umbrella, I think it's going to be a cancer curse, and we are never going to be allowed, especially I'm never going to be allowed to ask or make prediction ever never again.
Let me just scroll up in our chat because it was posted. It was a 3-1. It was a best of 3. Sorry, no, it was a 2-1 victory, and yeah, Mastermind and Spirit being the sets that Umbrella picked up, and Freddy actually being the one that Invictus took. So yeah, not facing off on Blight. I imagine it was probably banned away.
This one, as we said, it is a win for Invictus, and we're just playing the rest of the match out. We haven't seen Rocket throughout this entire match, so might have been being very busy getting generator progress. We do
look at you
actually talk about
manifesting him.
Yeah, we do see Rocket coming in. Will he take the trade? It does end up taking the trade, and we do get it down on Rocket. So that is at least a 1-for-1.
Yeah, just playing for the hook because he can. And with it being a trade, of course, Blight's going to catch up in no time. And that was a nice play from Grenout. Spitz forced to play the rock, and the bomb logic coming in. Spitz is going to be leaving the trial. Rocket's still on hook. Pedro forced to run for that rotation. And yeah, I don't think that they're really too bothered about the outcome of whatever happens as a result. He's just going to go for the save.
That was equally as good, honestly.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, Grenout is amazing. Grenout's a great player.
Yeah.
100%. Rocket with the plot twist.
No, yeah, but this is the second blast mine that Grenout's now gone through this match. Blast mine, being one of those. Do you see value as to being blast mine? I just find it annoying. I gotta be honest with you. It's just.
What do you mean on the survivor side? Of course. It's like it's so much time because they have to kick it twice, and they have to kick the gen. Like that's a given, right?
So that's what you're banking on. It's an investment on that kick coming through.
He's got pop and eruption. That's like his whole build. Blast mine is just like countering both, right? So you have to imagine there's a lot of like timing as well. That 4 second or that stun duration that the killer uses might be enough distance to get that unhooked to stop that trade from coming in. You have to work in small quantities. The higher level you go, the smaller the quantity. I think that like plays really amount to like milliseconds, you know. And this is wow.
This is
chasing the short side
1v1.
Oh my god! Like Pedro's winning. He's just egoing on the short side of the rock, and it's working. Great out. Okay, finally drops
How
a
long
pallet.
did this go on?
Oh my god, he's winning more than 50s. He's gonna be having the time of his life.
When wins that, he makes it.
He does. Fatigue's back towards around the other side, and
I'm very invested in this 1v1 right now.
Oh, Grenout! Start double backing! Start double backing, Grenout!
I think we're gonna go for a bloodlust at this point. No, it goes for that.
Oh my god, he's winning everything! Wait, Rocket's got the last jet as well. This is literally like.
What a crazy ending of this match.
Okay,
we'll
fine.
finally go down. But that was a spectacular 1v1, and Rocket will be finishing the last generator. I don't think there's anything in time that Grenna could do to prevent this. What one hell of a 1v1.
100%. Our last gen gets popped. 4K0. I'll take it. Rocket being found, and wow, I mean, yeah, Blight set really fun to watch, really entertaining, both from a survivor and killer perspective. Sprint burst not going to be enough to escape the hands of Grenna, and the plot twist comes in. It's like, please hook me, and they can DC. I mean, the win cons met. He blended in. Actually, I didn't see him. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Exciting 2 match, exciting 2 sets. Honestly, we've been spoiled tonight, and the next one is going to be just as interesting. Yeah, next one being Umbrella's Peak, so Cenobite on Dead Dog Saloon. We did mention it earlier. So that is a map I always enjoy playing on. I know that there is some other maps that have kind of become the standard for some killers, but Dead Dog Saloon being a classic that never gets old. It's always fun to see and always fun to play, at least in my opinion.
Yes, and interestingly enough, we've seen I can't really add-on name. Obviously, I don't know about add-ons, but the iridescent add-on that injures. We saw that used by X9. Very interesting gameplay style. Actually, we can get to this later. Let's have a look at some of these replays. I mean, this is Gren out. Crucially, Dan's use of DS, and this, by the way, the BT timer to allow him to get to that pallet. He holds this check spot here because he wants to force DS, right? So you probably think, why are you standing there? What are you doing? And the whole point is to get that DS through, because as you'll see, you know, later into this replay, they do end up popping 2 gens because of it. Really useful time bought, and this is a good read by Grenout on the far side of the town, knowing that he wants to play the window. So yeah, I mean, did great to get the dunk quickly, even after DS is used, but yeah, is punished with it by the popping of these 2 gens.
Which,
so
if
great,
he had
great
left, if he had left this chase, it would have probably still been too late to interrupt either of them. Like the match, I feel like at that point was already decided. There was no way of really bringing it back home.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we had a lot of survivor activity on the map, and it always amazes me that they find the time to just get so much progress down, and still run around, protect each other. A lot of saves coming in, and I mean, this is the this is like the ego chase of all time. Grenout just refusing not to double back. I mean, there's a few moments there where he's like right on the cusp of just hitting him, but yeah, this is just complete ego, and these guys are just having fun 100%. You know, the game's over.
It is good to see them also have fun. You know, we often forget that DBD is a game, and whilst this is still competitive, it is still meant for people to have fun. So it was a great 1v1, and yeah, we get to watch again more games. We're gonna have a fantastic next set. You mentioned the Dog Saloon earlier and Cenobite. What do you think we can expect from either side?
Definitely a game of macro. I mean, like DDS being probably one of the most played maps in competitive, maybe next to like Court Tower 1 or Suffocation Pit. That Dog Saloon is so frequently played. These guys are gonna know it like the back of their hand, especially like on the Cenobite. This is like the first standard set we've seen in the series, so it is going to be like a true test of what these guys are capable of. No curveballs, no unusual things that maybe they're not comfortable with. This is pure comfort zone for both these guys. So I'm expecting it to be a close one. playing around 3 gen is pretty common. You do have those classic setups that killers will try to hold. I do think that we will see 4Ks, both sides, as is kind of expected on the Cenobite. But yeah, I think it is just going to be a demonstration of like true macro. It's not very like, I mean, if you hit the chains, it's great. I mean, if you're missing them, it's not great. You do kind of have to play around the box too. There's a lot of micro involved in the Cenobite, but also like a massive amount of macro on this map particularly. So yeah, I think we'll get like a nice little mix. I don't think Cenobite's the most exciting killer to watch, but I do know that he's pretty like enjoyed in general by the players.
I personally always enjoy playing with or against him, or just watching him in general. I feel like on this map, as you mentioned, the power could make a difference, and of course, we always have to remind ourselves that the main building is present, and that is the one place you probably, as any killer, maybe except Nurse, because you could just blink through it. But in most cases, you're just gonna be trying to avoid the main building as a killer. Swatter will be playing the Cenobite, and I don't think I've ever seen him play it.
I have. Cenobite is nothing spectacular, I don't think it's it's not like a standout pick like a Pedro Blight, for example. Like I spoke about how he was really mechanically gifted on the killer. Cenobite, it's just like fire chain at survivor, chain survivor, hit survivor, continue, repeat. But yeah, we'll see. Swatter out on the Cenobite as we finally loaded in.
Yep. And so let's see who we are able to find first, and what kind of decision we're making around the gens that we kind of want to keep a hold of. I think we're looking for survivors at the back. Do you think there's going to be any box? Okay, I was going to say, do you think we're going to be looking for the box? And hey, look, the box.
Oh my god. It's Chain City. That is going to be the environment break add-on that does spawn more. Chain Hunt is now started, and this is going to set them back nice and early. I think I did recall seeing Ruin just then. Yeah, it is. Ruin in play. Very, very standard. I want to say perk pick for this killer. Of course, with the you do get value from the chains and the interruption on gens, especially because he's able to position himself in a way to disrupt multiple gens at once. Even better so if he's got like a hook next to him as well. A lot of conditions for Ruin to get a lot of value, but as I say that, it now just disappears from the trial. So never mind. Forget what I said about Ruin. It does not matter. It is no longer in the game. So now we have batteries, pain res, and sloppy.
I'm afraid to say something because we're both bringing curses apparently tonight. I can't talk about the box without it being found. And yeah, you were just talking about the perk and hyping it up, and then it's gone. So hey, we still have a lot of perks on the killer side to use. Sloppy enabling that hit and run kind of playstyle that you might see Swatter going for, and a very good solid chase on Pedro here. Was Pedro holding the box? No, he was not.
He was, I believe.
Was he?
Yes.
We should be seeing... we do. No, I take it back. We actually see a new chain hunt starting. This is going really, really well so far for Swatter.
Yeah, I think when Cenobite plays around the box is the most annoying thing that they can do. And he's going to try and use the chain there to interrupt Spitz as he solves it. But yeah, Swatter, this is... He's hooked on a progressed gen, so this is good for Swatter because he's able to let Ruin. Oh no, never mind, he's kicked it. Sorry, Ruin's gone. I just see the regression, just think automatically, yeah, it's the Hex Totem. But yeah, hooked on that progression. That's gonna slow them down a lot. I think it was pain res probably. This is ideal because he's able to get value out of pretty much standing here because Gen's going to regress, and he's going to get a second stage onto Pedro. I would say it was relatively early down. but the progression that I'm seeing from the survivors at the minute is pretty good. They're going to be looking to break that 3-gen. And
I think that
also
we might lose 2 for this this second stage. I think 2 at least 2 is what we're going to be seeing. But never mind. As we say that, they leave the gens and they come in and actually prevent the second stage. So
what happened there? I thought you got the hit onto Dan. I guess he didn't. Maybe he hit Pedro on hook. I looked away for a split second.
No, they moved both. There is the 2-man save came in, so we got both a hit on Spitz and both a hit on Dan.
That's what I get for not paying attention.
No, we did. And Nightlight being the only one who committed to the gen, which is going to be off, because at least we see one happening now. But Pedro being healed does make it more difficult to go for a tunnel out. Pain Res, 2 stacks of Pain Res is what we're still looking at. Batteries could still give a lot of value. Again, batteries being one of those perks that just keeps on giving value. Can we get this chain? That was a very daring chain. If that had connected, that would have been very, very clutch, but unfortunately it misses. Survivors being too aware and expecting it kind of doesn't help if you're a spotter in this match. But Spitz reaching 75%, Nightlight progressing very well, and I feel like we're trying to do the same thing. We tried on the previous gen. We're trying to get that second stage on Dan here, but if you,
That's what I said. You stand a hook and you just interrupt gen. It's like it's one of the reasons why I don't think it's the most exciting set to watch. But like I said, fun to play. Oh, I guess is this fun to play?
He's paying he's paying for it though, because we're seeing gens fly and they're going, if they pull off the second 2-man escape here, even if they take double hits, which they're going to, and now we're seeing exactly the replay of the previous save. So Spitz coming in, Dan coming in, Nightlight committing to generators, and it's a redo of the previous save, and Swatter is left with not much, except a lot of progress that he lost trying to get the second stage.
I like coming in with amazing body blocking. Is going to force the M1 out. Spitz gets that pallet drop and actually decides to hold W. Is that chain going to hit him? Pedro is trying to make it to safety.
Batteries included though, 5%. We've seen this perk absolutely pop off in the last few matches. Is it going to give us some value here? No, we try to go for a bit of a hitbox hit. I'm not even sure if you can on that specific Dawg get that hit.
That's the Spitz we know and love. Look at that. Maximize distance. Save himself from that M1, and he's playing these pallets to perfection. This is completely fallen apart for Swatter, and Invictus have completely punished him trying to confirm a second stage. I mean, I feel like you have to. You kind of have to. And they just completely in the hands.
This is why I lose every time I play against Spitz. This is exactly why.
I don't think you're the only one. That's fine.
I don't think so. No. But yeah, great value from the double save. Pain Res will come through. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference because we don't have a tunnel target. There is nobody that we can go for, and even if we decide to commit to Spitz here, it's going to be enough time to probably double the generator and have one of the teammates stick around to try to get to take a hit potentially. Still plenty of value left on the map, especially in this corner, let's say. Pedro going for a bit of a cheeky flashlight, and we're going back to the hook. And I mean, I was about to say there's no way he makes it back in time before the unhook happens.
In a perfect world, if you're Swatter right now, you do want this hook onto Nightlight, and you do want to see Nightlight through death, or at least someone else. That BT hit was perfect by Spitz. Good job to him, and yeah, Nightlight going to be the target for Swatter. Realizes that now this is going to be a case of outs, and yeah, so it's going to see a lot of value in getting that fourth fresh hook onto the final survivor. Missing that train crucially. Really well played by Nightlight to dodge that one out, and Spit's going to come in for a body block. Fully aware of what Swatter is trying to do. They want to deny this absolutely. Last gen is going to pop. Chain Hunt is pretty close. And a little bit of a delayed reaction on that one. Wait.
Oh, he
Did he
didn't.
get what?
That was very unlucky.
Okay,
yeah.
he's trying to mind game it. It's not going to work out. Yeah, Nightlight still not out of the water yet, and you've got Pedro setting up for a body block. And yeah, I mean, I think it's just about how much the survivors can really prevent Swatter from getting. Yeah, he forces the pick, so this is going to really hurt his end result.
Light said, see you when I want to be you, and just took off. That was, I feel like, had he gone for him straight away after breaking the wall, there was a chance. And here from, do you think we're going to see a save attempt, or we're just going to take that 3 out and the only 3 fresh hooks because Nightlight never got hooked?
Yeah, I would imagine so. I don't think there's a gate close by, and this is basement, so I wouldn't be surprised if they depart from the trial. I'm going to leave Nightlight, and Pedro will eventually leave. And yeah, I mean, that's going to be, what, 5 stages, 3 fresh? That's a very, very beatable result for Pedro.
It is going to be interesting to see how Umbrella responds to this. Because so far, Invictus has been extremely consistent in every play tonight. Their players have demonstrated just precise timing and decision on every loop, palette, and map.
Yeah, just the great calls on the double saves. The double saves were huge. They denied 2-second stages, and for what Swatter was trying to get back with those, I mean, it basically just set them back, and then they still had enough progress on the map to like they kind of do what Umbrella have been doing to everyone, like today, to we Jason, like they get as much progression out of that first hook stage as they can. They deny the second stage, and they did that twice. So yeah, I mean, the game was over pretty fast because of that. So, like, perfect efficiency, like I said, you know, it's a test of the teams on these really practiced and standard sets. So it's nice to see them shine and just kind of perform at their best level.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think the next? Sorry, I'm gonna go back one more time just to emphasize how well you actually pointed out the fact that the moment Swatter was denied that first hook, I think the match was over.
Yeah, double saves, really, really, really important. I mean, I didn't see this one. This was like I was distracted, I think, while this one went on, but yeah, it wasn't even just that as well. It was just the fact that they were able to like hold themselves and chase. I mean, I know Dan goes down here, but after Spitz, I think it was.
Spitz did really well. He
Spitz
did buy a lot of time. Yeah.
He bought a lot of time. Swat wasn't able to catch him, and more wasted time. Just think about the time that the survivors are wasting of Swatters with the denial of the second stages, with the fact that they're just like not going down. And the fact that everyone is working a gen at any one point in time, and just insane coordination. I mean, this is like textbook Cenobite gameplay. You know, if you want anything to reference your own scrims for, or you want an example of how to play this set, it's definitely the Invictus's performance here.
Yep, very well played. Very a good result as well. Denying that last fresh hook on Nightlight was could be the decisive factor. Yeah, I did. Honestly, I feel like especially given how the last few matches have gone, if you're Umbrella, you're probably coming into this match a little bit demotivated. So hopefully with their experience, knowledge, and as you mentioned earlier, stamina to go for these long sessions of gameplay, hopefully they're able to just scroll it off and kind of start with a fresh view.
Yeah, Pedro, I don't see Pedro not really winning this, but I have been impressed by Umbrella Survivor. So once again, I'm not going to rule them out. I'm not going to preempt anything. I don't want to curse anything. I already saw Ruin disappear as soon as I start talking about it.
I'm not asking for you for predictions anymore. By the way, that was a one-time thing, and it didn't work out. It was a trial and error kind of situation. But the Dawg Saloon, and after this, I guess we can start talking and maybe teasing about the set that we have waiting for us right after. Are you excited a little bit for it?
You're talking about the one after this one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mastermind on, I think, Ormond Lake Mine. I think there was a bit of a discussion on what map it actually will be, but I'm sure we can get confirmation because I don't know. Yeah, Mastermind. I mean, Mastermind's a set that
Cold Tower 1.
CT1. Okay, yeah, it is. It is just unfortunately unable to, because these graphics are rendered in real time by a lovely host and producer Mathis. Unfortunately, not able to render the new map in whilst the stream is going on. So it's okay. It's just fake news. It's all right. It's all it is.
Unfortunate. It would have been nice to see Ormond being brought in. Sorry. Unfortunate that we won't see Ormond, but nonetheless, Mastermind.
It's a back-to-back classic sets, and Mastermind being a really fun one, at least.
Yeah. Is the Mastermind one that you personally know how to play well? I've wanted to learn how to play him properly for the longest time, and just simply never, honestly, never found it in me to dedicate myself to it.
Sorry, I had to take a second. No, I'm excited for Mastermind. I think it is another one that Pedro's really good on. By the way, it is a Bubbo as well. By the way, both of these guys, Mastermind very heavily played on ladder, very practiced in the macro too on the 4v1. I think it's just again a set that pulls the absolute maximum out of both teams, and you get to experience some real high level gameplay. So a fun one, and it is also guaranteed because we did tie that first set. We tied on the Nightmare set, so the Mastermind will be guaranteed. Thank you for the patience, by the way, everyone. We're just getting ourselves back into the Cenobite lobby for Invictus' killer. But yeah, the Mastermind, that's going to come through. We might see Animatronic on Nostromo as it scrolls past your screen. I don't think...
I would love to see it. I'm going to be honest.
I mean, it's interesting as a tiebreaker for sure, but considering we are tied on one set, yeah, essentially Umbrella need to win. Need to win on the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah. They need some sets back. They've tied and they've lost one, so Invictus posed to enact their revenge. If they secure this one, which is very doable, by the way. I very much doubt that Pedro will not win this. But I feel like you, at this level, you have to have that kind of seed of doubt in your brain, or at least you're acting on like a 70% chance, or I don't know. It just depends how this early game goes, I think, Cam. Like, this early game needs to be really good for Umbrella. They need to not concede anything early. They need to establish themselves on the map with that progression. And they've shown them that they can do that in previous sets today. So
they've been a really fun team to watch throughout the entire tournament. Again, Umbrella has been one of those that I really think showed some incredible plays, and they've been very consistent. But this is the set where they have to shine, right? All of the preparation, all the previous matches brought them to this semifinal, and this is now where they have to make a stand and show off who wants to win more.
We just kind of have to see a revert. Pretty much what Invictus just did to them. You kind of need to do that to Pedro, but.
How confident do we?
Yeah,
that's gonna happen.
It feels like a get-out clause to say that, but at the same time, it is a.
I mean, we've cursed. We've done some good cursing tonight in terms of caster.
It's time to bless. It's time to bless now.
Yes, I like this. We're turning it around. We're creating a new narrative.
Doesn't sound like that's possible with you, but with me maybe.
Okay, that is a low hit. You know what? I believe. All right. Hopefully that our viewers are with me on this one, and we believe.
Yeah. Well, the wait is over. We got ourselves back into lobby, got into game, and now Pedro is on the Cenobite. First, going to be checking on one of his totems, looking for the box as well. 2 birds with 1 stone. Knows it's got to be over here somewhere. Impaling Wire and Original Pain being the add-ons in use.
And Ruin, bit of a different build. In fact, a very different build. We see Ruin and Dying, Merciless, and Penty. And can we prevent that first cleanse? I don't think so. So this is already a great start on Umbrella.
Yeah, made a play for the box. The chain's going to be giving aura reading from those add-ons. Of course, Pedro going for a chicken mind game. Oh my god. Okay, he managed to get on the other side of it. But making a play with that aura reading was cheeky. Full totem build, actually very, very aggressive. Quite risky. And you can already see those totems are being cleansed. Ruin, though, is still up. Oh god, Forsaken, I've just mentioned that. Hopefully...
You have, but the question is, would you want to go all the way across the map right now and put that Penty up? Or do you want to stay around here, where you know that most of the survivors are... And oh my god, we did not see a slow vault, and we have the main vault of Main now being blocked.
The main vault of Main.
I love main that. Vault of Main, yeah. That is no longer going to be an option. That's going to be shutting down a very important part of this map.
Yeah, but what you can also do is just cleanse the totem. That's what it looks like they're endeavoring to do. Ruin now leaving the trial. Cog control, of course, wasn't active until those vaults started to come through. And yeah, they're doing well. They're going to neutralize his perks. They haven't gone down yet. This is a great start. This is exactly what they were working towards. You've already got progress on Main and towards Water Tower. This is a perfect setup for a low stage win con. Exactly what they need. I mean, we'll see an injury come through onto Grenout. 2 gens have now popped.
Yeah, maybe the blessing works. Maybe we're changing the narrative.
Exactly. We're rewriting the script, as it were. Really nice start from Grenout. Yeah. And he holds W as well. Pedro does read it, but he doesn't have enough distance to catch him up. We're going to be playing this loop now, and actually the chain is going to be starting. He does go for the swing, and oh my god, he's got chains all over the place. And actually, it's going to be Hardwell coming in, breaking the chains to deny that hook, and that's exactly the early game that they need to play. They need to deny basically anything they can, Pedro, and that's really, really good coordination from them.
I love what we're seeing from Umbrella.
Yeah,
I love what we're seeing from Umbrella. They loaded into this match with a willingness to just fight back and take these sets back, and kind of getting into the mindset as well of just seeing some awesome plays from them. But no, great start from them. We are going to see now Chase in the corner. Are going to be using this opportunity? I wonder if Pedro is going to go for Penty. Does not. He knows that he needs the pressure, and decides to instead just commit to the chase. But that's not going to be too easy, because Grenada is here to take a hit, and so far they've done a great job at taking hits. And you mentioned this was a little bit what they did to other teams, and now they're being able to...
No! Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, he put the chem trap on the window and it killed him.
That is I don't think I've ever seen I don't know how to comment that. I don't know what to say about that. That is probably the most...
There is no way. There is no way you... There's no way you spend all that time protecting each other and that's how your teammate dies. I just don't... I don't know. I don't know.
This is comical. This is comical. That was the most unlucky ever, and especially because that also led to a basement hook. That's gonna be, yeah, you're gonna have to fight back to get Grenade out of there, and we also have a bit of Penty stack coming up, which is gonna be wasting more time. And You know, we've been talking about hexes and the fact that they get cleansed as a negative part. Which, don't get me wrong, getting your hexes cleansed is you know, you ideally want to keep ruin up for as long as you can. But the whole principle of hexes is kind of to waste time, and they've been doing that for every hex that they're doing. They're not taking hits, they're not fixing gens, they're not creating other value, but you as a killer are getting value.
Yeah, precisely. They're going to be cleansing Pentimento. Hardwell comes in for the save and denies the second stage. Great move, but now Grenaut was going for body blocks and he doesn't have quite enough BT to make it to the pallet safely. Oh, bit of hesitation actually. I don't know, I think maybe he expected Pedro to double back or something, but that's going to be a very quick second stage in exchange for the 4th gen.
I was about to say, Zach, have you noticed what stage we are in terms of generators right now? We've got 1 to go, and it's getting progressed.
Yeah, and I mean, essentially now Pedro's in a state where he does have to check the gens. Fortunately, he's at main. He's going to be able to see the fact that those other 2 gens across the way aren't progressed at all, so he knows that someone is here, and he cannot count Grenaut to death. He needs to stop this gen from being progressed. He's going to kick it. Penti Totem is in effect. It's going to slow them down in their journey, but as long as they play a safe and careful game, while the second one comes in.
2 stacks is annoying. 2 stacks is annoying to deal with. Not in terms of, let's say, power scaling, in just terms of sheer just amount of wasted time it takes you to actually cleanse.
Yeah, 4th Survivor's live though. They can obviously opt to double through it. That is one option available to them. I think the time that they spend cleansing the totems, of course, will only benefit Pedro, especially when he knows what progress is on the map. I thought we'll dodge off the follow-up wires. Once again, we're taking chase over to this main side. This is the best place to chase for them to be able to complete that generator. A nice little value there coming in from that perk. I can't remember the name of it, but when the protection hit comes through, it gives you a haste boost.
That is Aurella's perk. What is that? What is the point? That one is called Duty of Care, I think. Duty of Care.
Duty of Care. Oh, I knew that.
Yeah,
what am I talking about? I knew the name of that. I think I just didn't know what it looked like. Christ, listen to me.
Listen, there's what, 400 perks in DVD now. You know, sometimes despite playing and casting, and when it comes to this game, it's sometimes still miss. Can we get this? Bob unfortunately doesn't make it through. That would have been an important moment. I don't know how much gen progress we have, but we can see a bit of a reset happening close to main.
Yeah, and they're taking the time to reset. They're slowly but surely making progress on that gen. I think they did cleanse the Penti totems, but right now, like they're at 3 stages, too fresh. Really, you can't be giving up much more. And now this is a problem because you don't have much room for error at any stage of the game in a set like this. You need to be really giving up as little as possible. And I think as the later the game goes on, the harder that becomes. We do find
the scarcer the resources become as well, and the more impactful the decisions that you make have.
Go on.
But yeah, Petro still in I want to say still has a very solid fighting chance here. He's trying to get the second stage on Bobo, and I feel like this is probably not going to be able to be a one-man save, but it doesn't need to be, because D-Gen is getting progressed, and now Grano gets the hit, but now Grano himself is a potential target. We only have 2 fresh hooks so far, and Hardwell is going to be making it to safety, and I think that if you hook this, the last gen pops.
Master's got no chance, but we've still got 2 injuries. This is going to be the 4th stage. Now, what do we have? 5 stages on 3 last. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be very hard for him to secure this. They need to just take their time and maybe try and make it for a reset potentially. We see
I think a reset would be wise. Yeah, reset would be wise.
Yeah, yeah, they've got to play this one slow. But they're in a position now where, I mean, if Hardwell is found, then not very good. But he is on the trail of Bobo, so this is, yeah. I mean, this is if Bobo's found and killed here, then yeah, they win. So Umbrella looking to take the first set of the series, and I mean, this is what I was saying. The Survivor side looking so clean and consistent. I mean, we will ignore the down of Granout earlier, but
I think that would probably go in the highlights, and as it should, because that yeah. What was it? Bada Bada Boom, right? That's
wait, what am I talking about? They can't let Bubble die here. So that would be 6 stages in a loss. But I mean, if they reset, then that would be good.
I took my eyes away from the tin for a second. Bubble probably crawling. I don't think that. Oh no,
that's not enough time for Bubble to recover. So yeah, I mean, I just called the win. Like it was glorious. Never mind, they lost the set. What am I saying?
This one is not on me. You cannot pin this one on me. This one was your doing. This was 100% your doing.
This is the co-caster curse. Are they DC? Because
No. I decline any association with this curse. I was for the blessing. Honestly, that was unlucky. We were just saying
it was a valiant attempt.
Yeah, we were just saying how locked in and how they had showed off such great gameplay, which is what we expect from their their in general, but especially from their Survivor side.
Yeah, 100%. Valiant attempt from Umbrella, but unfortunately the injuries leading into the end game was very difficult to. Well, they went for the gates opening, and unfortunately Pedro was just on their case, which is not really what you want. You want to be in a kind of position to be able to leave there, or be safe enough to reset. Pedro playing that end game masterfully. But Invictus will take that 4K0, and we will go on to the Mastermind set. I do believe we're going to take a quick break whilst we get some things prepared in the background for the next set. Don't go anywhere, everyone. And we will be back in a moment.
Great start from them. We are going to see now Chase in the corner. Are you going to be using this opportunity? I wonder if Pedro is going to go for a pent. He does not. He knows that he needs the pressure and decides to instead just commit to the chase. But that's not going to be too easy because Grenada is here to take a hit. And so far, they've done a great job at taking hits. And you mentioned this was a little bit what they did to other teams. And now they're being able to...
No! Oh, you're kidding.
Great job at taking hits, and you mentioned this was a little bit what they did to other teams, and now they're being able to.
No! Oh, you're kidding me! Oh, he put the chem trap on the window and it killed. In terms, of course, will only benefit Pedro, especially when he knows what progress is on the map. I thought I'll dodge of the follow-up wires. Once again, we're taking Chase over to this main side. This is the best place to chase for them to be able to complete that generator. A nice little value there coming in from that perk. I can't remember the name of it, but when the protection hit comes through, it gives you a haste boost.
That is Aurella's perk. That is a good point. That one is called Duty of Care, I think. Duty of Care.
Duty of Care. Oh, I knew that.
Yeah,
what am I talking about? I knew the name of that. I think I just didn't know what it looked like. Christ, listen to me.
Listen, there's what 400 perks in DVD now. You know, sometimes despite playing and casting and when it comes to this game, it's sometimes still miss. Can we get this? Bob unfortunately doesn't make it through. The scarcer the resources become as well. Yeah, Petro still in I want to say still has a very solid fighting chance here. He's trying to get the second stage on Bobo, and I feel like this is probably not going to be able to be a one-man save, but it doesn't need to be, because D-Gen is getting progressed, and now Grano gets the hit, but now Grano himself is a potential target. We only have 2 fresh hooks so far. And Hardwell is going to be making it to safety, and I think that if you hook this, the last gen pops. The scarcer the resources become as well.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are back from our break, and we are ready to get into the Mastermind set. Invictus currently 2-0 up with the first tied set. This is basically now or never for Umbrella. If they lose this, they are out of the tournament. And Mastermind on Cold Tower 1 being the set to decide their fate. Will Invictus take it? All Umbrella make a comeback? Cam, this is a set that we can be excited for. Like I said, it is a classic. Mastermind's always fun. Both these killer players going to be very, very well versed. Same with the Survivor sides. And yeah, we're about to load in.
If Umbrella is to do something, this is where they may have to make it happen. There is no other chance. They have to win this match, or Invictus will be taking the semifinal and moving on to the final. So yeah, Cold Tower 1 is the one that we will be playing on, not Ormond, as we showed on the teaser, let's say, of our sets. So okay, never mind, I take that back. We are apparently on Ormond.
It is what it is. Fake news all round. Yikes. Okay. Wow. I mean, I'm happy with either, to be fair. Like, from a caster's point of view, I don't care. Like, this is my favorite map in the game. I love this map. I also love this map. Petition for no restart. We'll see. A decision being made in the background, but we'll just enjoy the chase whilst it's happening. Hardwell being found out by Pedro. And a safe pallet as long as it's not dropped, but now that's going to be a matter of safety.
Oh, and Argo playing so well.
He gets robbed. What? That's daylight robbery. I think the killer is kind of bugged at the minute. Yeah, he's restart. Okay. Well, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. To be expected.
Is it fine though? I mean, they had such a RDL had such a great start, and it is.
I mean, I wouldn't got a great start. It's like what, like 20 seconds? It's fine.
That's 20. It was 20 seconds of greatness. Come on, let's give them.
My bad. Sorry, it's quality, not quantity.
Exactly.
I should have. Yeah, I should have. Anyway, we'll get that. We'll get that map changed. Not sure if there's going to be a penalty incurred or anything. I'll find out in the background whilst that's being sorted out. But yeah, it is of course Cold Tower 1 that we're supposed to be playing on, and it's an interesting one, right? You have your 3-gen on your top side. You have to really play this set kind of to the letter, pretty much. Like it's a practice set, figured out, and I think that we'll get the measure of how things are going. There's a lot of like leading expectations based on just how it pans out. Orman Lake Mine's a little bit different, but CT1 is just. I mean, even for the viewers as well, the guys that are watching this. Will have probably seen this set a million times. It is one of the classic comp sets. So I'm just looking forward to seeing it, how it pans out. Looks like we are loading into the next one. A little bit of a
very exciting to see some of these plays. Something that I try to mention as well as whenever we're going into these matches, such as Pedro's one on Blight or just very experienced killers. I always encourage people to try to learn something that they didn't know. Just, see something that you can maybe want to try to replicate in your own matches, knowing that these things have been practicing a lot. There's always really cool tips and tricks that you can learn from just watching.
Yeah, and I did kind of allude to the bugginess of the Mastermind at the minute. I think he is in a bit of a rough spot in terms of interactions on palettes and windows and whatnot. So hopefully we don't see any form of issues in that regard. And I think we've found a survivor right here. It is going to be Swatter. Pedro, with the knowledge of those spawns, expects someone's here and does not get the grab on the pallet. It's going to be forced to break that one, given it's a safety one. We've got Champion of Light in effect. Let's slow down just
good, good slowdown and value on Swatter, extending the chase considerably. Champion of Light, one of those perks that you don't see all that often, but when they do, they can be quite impactful. Will he make it? He does not. Unfortunately, does get grabbed and thrown. Does get the throw, yeah.
It's a bit of add-on value. He doesn't make that filler pallet though. And Pedro doing full well. Oh, he's going to get caught on the rock, unfortunately. He doesn't get the second grab. He's going to be forced to play this pallet once again, and he does double back, and unfortunately for Pedro, he sent it completely. Shaq has the linking tile to work with, and he's just completely sent it over towards this corner here.
What a play. Can he survive? Okay, that would have been.
Can he survive? Never mind.
It would have been unlucky, but yeah, as you mentioned, Beetle and Egg being the two add-ons that we will see on the Mastermind.
Very classic, very classic. Of course, Beetle being the add-on that ends the throw early, and that's more around the edge map. Aimed for the edge map because it means that the survivor doesn't get as much distance. So it's going to cut them off from any connecting safety or tiles that they might be able to reach otherwise. So very popular one. Very rarely do we see it not used. I think the medallion is often the other choice, but I would say about 80% of the time you are going to see that dual Beetle add-on being used. Of course, Egg being the classic, the extension of time between bounds that let you make it around corners. And a nice dodge out from Swatter there, keeping him safe at this pallet, Jim.
Buying precious time. Champion of Light, again, still into play. And as you mentioned, I think it would be nice. And okay, that was a very good execution with Pedro. But yeah, some of these add-ons that are so widely taken on killers, it would nearly be nice to see them being base kit, because then that would open to other kind of options and gameplays.
The base kit discussion is an interesting one. With a lot of killers where their power is really like a center of their personality. But who am I to comment on that?
Yeah.
Anyway, second stage onto Swatter. We've completed 2 gens. Right now, Pedro trying to see. Looks like we do have a bit of a split map actually. So I mean, we've still got that 3 gen on the top side. We're gonna pop that one near to Shack, and Pedro's got time. I think he's kind of sussed out the location of Swatter's comrades. And no, yeah, I mean they've got those key gens done, so they're in a good position to try and get out. Pedro going to be focused on that spread pressure across the map, and yeah, it looks like he does want to just secure this death onto Swatter, knowing full well what he knows.
It might actually be worth it to let Swatter die here if they're able to get and maybe double on a generator, which is what we will eventually see happening. I think conscious decision, main building being fixed, and 1 generator. I mean, this is the upside of letting Swatter die, right? You got a lot of progression on your generator, and
we had the Lithe Survivor on the main gen, by the way. I just realized.
and not the balance one, yeah, which is what you typically see. Okay, I feel like if he had anticipated, he probably would have not dropped Shack and just kept on running, because that would have just bought him more time. But Pedro coming in with a beautiful grab and a hit on the wall. Bubble has to rotate onto a different resource. Does he manage to get the? He does get the drop. He gets stuck between the rock and the tree. But we do have the last gen popping.
I'll see you dead.
Now, maybe he was just trying to squeeze through that gap, you know? Trying to make his movement as efficient as possible. But unfortunately, that mistake has now cost him a basement hook. So, where are they positioning themselves? I'm not sure where proximity Shack is to those gates, but there should be... I mean, with Beetle, it's so hard to... it's easy for the Mastermind to kind of throw someone into a dangerous spot, especially when this is where all the chases have kind of happened. But I think it's doable, and I think it's something that the survivors do actually want to try. Bobo sat on first hook whilst those gates get prepared, and it's about making the best of a...
This is potentially their last game. This is potentially the last game. They have to get as many, as least few hook stages as they can, because it will be the difference. A beautiful finesse into light here from Hartwell, making actually quite a lot of distance, and we do see the unhook happening on Bubba in the basement. And now it's an escape attempt. Can we make it happen?
Well, he's just seen Lithe used on Hardwell, so he knows that neither of these players have it or distance, and that's Bubba getting thrown away. I mean, best case scenario, he is the one that falls, and gate is so close to being open. Unfortunately, Darice is going to see his end. Hardwell running into the map, but I don't know if they're going to be in a position to save this. I mean, best case scenario for Pedro to get that fresh, so Darice going to fall, and that's going to be 7 stages 3 fresh on the Mastermind. Pretty standard result, but that extra fresh hook is really going to help for their survivor side. It was looking to be a bit of a better result, but yeah, I think that yeah, he got those early hits out of basement, made it back in time, and then yeah, I think it was worth a try from Umbrella, like you say. I mean, they're on the ropes here, so they need to try for the best result they can, especially with the gates in those positions.
If you never aim for miracles or the crazy plays, you're never gonna actually land one. So, nearly made it. But again, if it had butts or candy and nuts, we could rewrite this entire match with those 2 words. But what we do have now is potentially the last match from Invictus. We'll have to see if they're able to bring it home.
Yep, 7 stages for fresh, or 8 stages needed for the killer of Umbrella. And yeah, once again, a very doable result. You're kind of in that middle ground, but you do see 4Ks on Wesker. I mean, it's not out of the it's not really uncommon. But at the same time, if you meet certain conditions, like you, for example, break a 3-gen, you split the map, and your tunnel out doesn't come through fast enough, I mean, you're going to reach a stage of the game where the survivors will be expected to get escapes. So yeah, we'll see. We'll watch the pace of the game, and we'll be able to kind of watch as it goes on.
Yep.
But I think Pedro, great Wesker. I think the survivors have done well this game to kind of. This swing was just robbery, like.
It really was. It really was. I think that the decisions throughout the match were saying leaving Swatter to die there and not going for the unhook probably saved them a lot of hassle. I want to say, and this moment is probably going in the same compilation as the chemical trap on as the bada bada boom on the vault in main, because
I feel like the series has been moments. like a plethora of crits. We had the Freddy double hit. We had the Grenade placing the trap on the window, like, haha, I've got you. Dies because of it. And now the Bobo, unfortunately, hugging a tree. That's been content. The series has been content. It's just what you want for a semi-finals. Yeah, 100%.
But as you said, we will be looking at one of our winners making it through the semifinal and going on to the final. And I think that is also going to be a very interesting match. This entire tournament has brought us some great plays. All of the teams are participating, of course. Big names, teams that you expect to see do well, but it honestly, it would be sad for Umbrella to lose this one. I feel like they've showcased such good gameplay throughout the tournament that I'd like to see them play at least one more set.
Yeah, I don't think that they've performed badly in really any way. I think that they've definitely been a strong side throughout the tournament. It just takes a team like Invictus to beat them, which is also it's also like I don't think you leave the tournament disappointed, because I think you've gone it's taken the very best to beat you. So that's also a perspective you can look at it.
Very true.
Where you can look at it. But the wait's over. We are now into potentially, like you say, the final trial of the game. Grenade now tasked with winning it for his team. Unfortunately, the Blight set didn't go his way earlier. Let's see if he can prove himself on the Mastermind. Now searching for a rotation, has found a survivor. Didn't quite see who it was. Looks like maybe it was Rocket. No, it wasn't. It was Pedro. Rocket is opening a chest, which is allowed, I do believe.
Yes, and not only that, I feel like it's fitting for a match, very resembling a pub at least, where you just load in a match and you just have your teammates looking for items in chests. We do see Champion of Light again coming into play. Seems to be quite a favorite as a perk, and for good reason. It offers you a lot of flexibility as a survivor, and the hindered 20% on the killer is quite effective and can come in clutch in some situations. But we do have Rocket now being chased. Let's see if that map is able to give him any advantage. And I say that as Rocket gets hit.
I used Lithe, wasn't able to really make the full distance to main. Opting to stay at this, I mean, relatively unsafe tower. I don't see Grenade really like letting him get away safely. Oh, and it's actually... Wait, where did Pedro come from? Pedro just spawned out of nowhere. I was looking to take a hit for Rocket. It looks to have achieved that. And yeah, he's switched over to Pedro, who is stuck at that Ormond tile. Unfortunately, not able to make the pallet vault, and that's going to be a nice early down for, and an injury as well onto Rocket for Grenade. We do have that top mid gen and main gen being progressed for the time being, but this is a precarious position for the first hook, as we are very close to one of those gens.
Indeed, and we see quite the gen progressing build on Grenade. We have Pop, Eruption, Painless, and Corrupt. Corrupt, of course, did give us Renner that value in the early game, making sure that the gens were as late as possible. And now we're going to see probably they're relying on Eruption and Pop to just control those gens.
Yeah, Pop going to be a valuable perk if he can chain together some hooks. Actually, almost failed the body block. Spitzer's going to take a throw into this top mid area. Forced to play this pallet, doesn't have too much safety outside of it. Ran out very nicely, slides across the gen, but isn't able to get the follow up. I think it's just a little bit too awkward, a little bit too unreachable. And now he's allowed Pedro to make it to relative safety, at least far deep into the spot side, because they are trying to get those top side gens done. He is going to be staying at the Shack, of course. Shack not being safest tile against Wesker, and rightfully so. He's choosing not to play it. Doesn't have a pallet here though, unfortunately. I don't know if he has. Yeah, it's just far pallet. I'm not sure if he makes it. It's going to be close. No, he does go down. Is going to sadly take a second stage, but crucially, they do get those top side gens completed. So for the second stage, they are setting themselves up for a bit of a better mid game.
Yeah, and this basement hook is not what you want to see on Pedro, who's not only your tunnel target, but is now also in quite a difficult position to try to get a rescue from. Basement just adding that extra layer of difficulty to try to get somebody out, especially playing against someone as Grenner who will be able to body block on the stairs quite a bit, and we often see that coming through. So. Do you let Pedro just go down? Never mind. I say that as they get the unhook and there is no blocking the stairs and they make it out of there just sweet and sour. Just, yeah, easy peasy.
Pedro going to be in the firing line once again. Yeah, trying to keep the killer over on this bot side. Does have this eye loop that he didn't quite get to use before. Brenner, oh my god, perfect, masterful use of his bound. That's Pedro getting sourced. Wow, that was a very quick death. Pedro very confident in the fact he's able to make it around. Granat says no thank you, goodbye, and he's gonna die.
Yeah, that is what you want to see from the Umbrella side, but gens have a lot of progress right now, and even with that pop, Grenna would have to get another injury very fast and chain into a down, get a pain res, and I mean, I don't see that happening in such a short time. And plus, my bad. Pop will be used on a different gen, which means that we still have plenty of progress. Yep.
Left remaining, but I mean he 3 survivors left alive, but once again they've split the map, so it's really crunch time. He has to, they're not going to have too much progress. He has a lot of time on his side at the minute, but the next chase could be the one to end it, you know. It's not like he's not out of the woods yet. He's definitely set himself up really nicely with that lovely play that he made on that eye loop. Definitely mechanics serving him well. But yeah, I'm eager to see. Oh, swinging at his demons. Yeah, they are. I mean, they are stealthing it, and they have to. They can't give up chase. They need to make sure that they're positioned properly and just play a safe game. And yeah, we see Dan walking away
does
from
get
that
spotted.
Mm-hmm. Does have sprint bursts. I think he expects a second person here. Yeah, it's Rocket.
I didn't even see it, and we're spectating this. Like, Rocket being very sneaky in that situation does get a very nice grab and that throw on Rocket. Rocket
does have life, remember?
Yeah, it's gonna serve him well now. Because without light, he might have paid more on this time, but no, makes it out. Dan is back on that gen, applying progress. Rocket wins the 50. And we see Greno getting a little bit stuck on the first.
So close. But he doesn't have this pallet. He has a drop pallet over it. It's not safe. But it's going to be Rocket going down. But Dan does pop that topside gen. Crucially, Rocket going to go down now for our 4th hook stage. And it is... They're so close. Spitz doing this gen in the killer's face. We've got this bot side hook, which is exactly where he wants it. These gens in this bot side that he can defend. Does have Pop Goes the Weasel as well. And they have to approach this double save. Pop and eruption applied. And yeah, they have
extreme caution.
Every hook stage matters in this scenario where they still have 1 gen to complete.
Spitz trying to go for a little bit of solo play, seeing if he can get some attention. He's not really afraid of getting hit, but does get hit. Dan is trying to get some progress on the gen, and it's a good thing at least one person is on it. But yeah, this is gonna be this is a rough situation to be in. You have the hook, and you have both gens on either side. I feel like this is a lose situation adding the 3rd one just because of that hook.
Oh, he lets Spitz reset. That's so much progress gained for Dan. Now he's back to square one. They're forcing him to make a choice. I mean, he should be able to secure 2nd. And maybe his game plan is to chase whoever goes next. Yeah, 2nd stage is good now. He's feeling a bit more comfortable towards approaching down there. Spitz is going to get the unhook. And yeah, how they play this next minute or so is going to be really crucial to what Granite will be able to achieve. Isn't able to get the grab onto Spitz. Does try for it.
Unless the gen might be moving in to take a hit, never mind. Is committing to it. But Granite has to leave that chase, and that means that Rocket is most likely going to get reset. And Dan with Sprint Burst has probably made it across half the map. And
he's still there?
You know what? Yep. I thought he would be halfway across the map by now, but no. Just actually decided to stick it out. Still has Sprint Burst, still has Finesse. A lot of value on Dan, and he's going to be looking around, making sure that if Granite leaves, he's going to get back on that gen very quickly.
Yeah, was checking where Dan was, but a few seconds ago, he's got Sprint Burst Finesse into Shaq. Manages to make it around that corner. And does finally spot him. Fog Bar going to be used. Oh, but he misses the killer for a split second. Is going to get hit into the wall of Shaq. Rocket working a gen off in the distance. Spitz, I wonder where he is, but Dan right now having to make a safe bet. Will force the break, but now he only has Shaq window to work with. And he will fall at the door, and that should be a basement hook. That's going to be a dangerous one. No, he actually wants to go for this bot mid one, exactly where Rocket was hooked. Oh no, is he opting for... Is there a hill on? Oh, there is. And he does make it. Oh, that's going to be so hard to save. Especially now, because if Dan dies, that's the win secured for Umbrella.
They have to go for that unhook. And this hill has actually brought us quite the entertainment a couple of days ago. Where we had, I believe it was Zeno, try to hook a survivor over here, but this was the only hook that he had used to kill a survivor. And so he carried a survivor all the way to the hook. Yeah, the hook was not there. Had to drop him and eventually could not get the hook.
I hate that. You get debated by the mat.
That's quite unlucky. But Dan
Spitz
did get unhooked. Yeah, Spitz did go for it. And generators need some progress right now. Granite might decide to commit to Rocket.
Was vault over the window in an attempt to get the second bounce. Rocket's gonna pitching that one up nicely, but he does have the Lithe to remember. That's a resource that Granite has to remember. But he does have, and it's gonna be in. Doesn't want to use it, and okay. And that's not an injury. Okay, yeah, Rocket just going to let him M1. That's really good sportsmanship. Complete robbery, which I think you saw Gren out nodding at. Like, it's just crazy. I mean, yeah, that's what I meant. Like, he's a little bit bugged on the buggy side. So I think it's really nice of Rocket to recognize that and let him get the injury. And in respect of that, Granout does need to go back to the gen, so good sportsmanship.
Yep. Yeah, indeed. You like to see, again, these players don't need to resort to, plays like these where they take advantage of every single bug or little glitch that happens within the game.
Not other words yet. 6 hooks, 3 fresh. Needs 2 more stages. Or 1 more fresh to take the win. So that's what he was going for before. It was spits down on the top side. But wasn't able to secure the injury earlier on. Would have been another option for him. And right now he just has to really neutralize these gens, and a chase on Shack will do it, because I mean this is the area where you don't have too many resources. I'm just gonna have to restart my screen share because there's a desync in audio. It's bugging me.
Now we see Spitz taking the voltage shack, getting quite dirty.
Oh no, he's got a beetle. No, that's like the worst possible thing you could do. He's your last fresh. He's gonna die, and that's gonna be in basement. Oh my god, his decision to go into Shack there is so crucial for Granout. He's really gonna be in a good spot now, and I think, yeah, that's at GG. I do believe the killer can DC because of that. So
good play from Granout, and that was unlucky. I want to say unlucky, and unlucky decision making towards the end by Spitz by going in the basement and allowing himself to be thrown against the wall.
Yeah, I mean they have the option to go for the save. I mean it's basically done anyway, but looks like we do want to play it out. We do want to play it out. There is a gate right here by Shack. Or maybe they just leave, potentially. Yeah, they do.
Yep.
Good result. That is 9 stages for fresh as an end result. Umbrella take their first set, which is just good. I mean, it's 2-1. They were on match point. They still are on match point. But
yeah, there's
now
no margin for error. No margin for error from either side, and we will be going after all to our animatronics match.
Yeah, I mean the final to Spitz there is huge, and it's in the perfect spot. Like it is Shack, but Wesker's. I mean, Shack into Wesker isn't really like it's not safe, especially if we're going down into the basement. That is something unfortunately that secured the death because of the dual beetle. Bit of add-on value there, but unfortunate. Invictus playing that one out as best they could, given that they, like you say, no room for error at that point. But it is very difficult when you're kind of trapped in that bot side and your resources are dwindling. It becomes difficult to manage and harder to manage as the match goes on. Yeah, well played to Umbrella. They keep their tournament alive for now, and are on match point in a Nostromo Springtrap set, which I don't think anyone was. It's the players.
I'm sure they're thrilled. You know what, Zach? I'm sure they're having a great time, and they cannot wait to load into this match for us to have a look at this. I'm 100% positive. I'm joking. I think this is nonetheless going to be extremely interesting.
Yeah, 100%. It's not a set I've seen. I've seen Springtrap. On Nostromo, I mean, you're thinking about like Wreckage Yard, where you've got kind of that mix of high tiles, low tiles. Nostromo kind of offers you the same thing. I mean, you do have some key areas like main building. It's a pretty large map. And I think pretty consistent gen spawns and whatnot. I just think that it's a bit weird one for like movement, for example. You've got very uneven surfaces and whatnot, so that might also pose a problem for the Springtrap's M2. There's smaller things, smaller interactions that you probably wouldn't see on other maps and whatnot. But yeah, I'm interested to see it. I don't know if I'm excited to see it, but I'm interested for sure. Maybe the first Nostromo map Maybe the first
we-
Nostromo like comp set we've ever seen. Who knows? I don't know if any other league has done it, but
We did have a match on it. I don't remember exactly which one it was, but we did have one happen a couple of days ago. It might have been the offline one that was then recorded, but it ended up being a really interesting match.
anything kind of stand out to you? During the
Honestly,
set, during the
beside Mathis wondering why none of the survivors used the pipes in the main building to get that slowdown, not really. I think that the whole principle being that Springtrap is one of the few killers that has the mobility to play on a map like Nostromo because of this, just the size of the map itself. It would be very difficult to place anything else on that map. The teleport making a big difference and has to be utilized, which is something that we didn't see too often. We saw the teleport being used at the beginning and then kind of being forgotten for the most part. So will be interesting today to see how the players decide to approach this.
yeah, whether they refuse to practice it or practiced it a lot. I'm sure that they have come up with some form of game plan. I think this is a very, very wild card set, though. I couldn't tell you who's going to take this. I think it completely depends on a killer player, and I think just the 1v1s. But yeah, some nice replays from our Mastermind set. I think there's a really close set. That always makes it so entertaining when it's low stage win cons, and especially there are certain situations you can't escape, like the basement, for example, and had a really valiant attempt to make this a lower stage game, but unfortunately they weren't able to make like quite enough distance. They went for that further gate, and I think it was in the end. I can't even read that name. I'm not screen share. I don't know what it was. The ace. There we go. The ace Visconti. No, yeah. It was an interesting one, and I think we're going to have an even more interesting set ahead of us.
Yeah, it was a little bit unlucky there that I think one of the gates spawned on top of Shack, unless I'm wrong, and so the other one was just the Shack one, or the closest one to Shack, was just not an option, and the other one, being the closest, was unfortunately not open all the way and needed still a little bit of progress. You know, the gates are, you open the gate, you lose to the gate being open. You don't open it, you lose to the gate not being open. It's always a 50-50 with gates.
Yeah, like I think at the time I said it was doable. It was 100% doable. They had Hardwell opening the gate, the only healthy survivor, but he was a fresh hook. So I understand that decision. If you like end game things, especially when it's the first trial and you want to be putting yourself in the best position. That's I think the difference between higher tier killers where you're expecting a 4K, compared to the lower tiers like Mastermind is way more fun because you are really trying to achieve. You're looking for ways to lessen those stages, and you kind of you need a game plan a lot more so in those sets than you do, I think, in S tier where it's just about trying to avoid gens and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, very exciting set. Excited to see what comes up next in the Springtrap one. We are going to cut it to a short break, and we will be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are going to be jumping into our last set of tonight, where we'll be going to Nostromo with Springtrap. We've discussed, I want to say, Zach, quite a bit on the ins and outs of this killer. But yeah, let's see what Swatter is going to be able to make happen here against a very, very stacked Sanctum.
Yeah, first thing I'm curious about is the add-ons, so I'll get information on those. It is bugged, so you can't see them in game. Yeah, I'm interested to see what add-ons are allowed. You have Bonnie's guitar strings. That's a very, very good one. It allows you to see the progression of generators on, like, basically the intensity of their auras if you're in the gates. That's one that I've seen used quite a lot. I think in standard matches.
And Fox's hook being used here. You can see the haste being gained, and this is something that we will see a lot throughout this match. It kind of got shown during the previous one that was played by Elysium, just consistently using the Fox's hook to make that rotation easier from the killer's point of view.
Yeah, it's got a lot of uses. The add-ons playing around the interaction with the axe. Actually, very fast on hook. Coming through from I don't know who. We saw them run off into the distance. Yeah, it's going to be Nightlight in the crosshairs. Gets that nice speed up. It's going to let him catch up, even if it required a little bit of a redirect. And Nightlight's going to be choosing to loot main. It's probably going to drop this pallet, and Dan is here for a hit tank. Actually gets the pallet stunt. That's going to be a huge amount of distance for Nightlight.
That was Nightlight making it into a different timeline by the time Swatter's going to have caught up with him, and Dan instead taking the chase. Can he dodge the first one? He can. Does get the speed boost as well from the Foxy's hook, and does he have... No, okay, I would have been surprised if he managed to not get at least hit once in that scenario. Foxy's hook, again, we saw getting multiple uses as well being placed on. That was a very good attempt. But Foxy's hook being placed as well on portals before entering the portal. That was the first time I'd seen someone use the haste that way.
You can get creative. Nice little hold there from Swatter. Dan tries to dodge, expecting the pre-throw, but it doesn't come through. He's going to take his first hook stage. Now, a killer like this you'd probably expect to be lower stages, so you're going to see value in this fresh hook. But only one gen completed. Obviously, progress being spread across the map.
We see that teleport coming through, allowing Swatter to cover the entirety of the map in just a second. But it's also, as mentioned, one of the few killers that is able to bring that kind of map mobility. I don't know if you noticed, by the way, but Undying Ruin, both are gone. All we're left with is Painless.
Yeah, Ruin is... I think there's pros and cons to Ruin that we always talk about. But the truth is, with like totem spawns on a bigger map like this, you're probably going to see a decent amount of value. Probably not for the whole trial, as we are seeing now. But yeah, Hexpacks always come with those inherent risks. Dan right now looking to keep himself safe off of hook. Spit's coming in to take the axe off his hands. It's going to speed up Swatter though, and does he make this? Oh, it's so close.
Barely.
Bit of speed and MS to get you through the day. I'm gonna hold W. Swatter getting lost a little bit actually, and makes a lot of distance over to this left-hand side. And are we gonna get a snipe? No, we're not. Dan is well and truly prepared for that dodge. And now we have a jungle gym, and that's gonna be the pinnacle of safety for him. Should force a break out of Swatter. Oh, never mind! He gets the mind game. Dan tries to send it, and it backfires. My word. Second stage. And 3 gens.
Second station, 2 gens. Oh, well, 3 that have been completed.
3 completed. Yeah. Of course.
So,
Right.
not not looking too bad here for Invictus. Not so great, I would say, on Swatter's side. Especially because you're not going to be able to get any pain res value unless you find someone and get a fast down, which at this point of the match, I don't see happening.
Yeah, we got that elimination. It's going to reduce that survivor efficiency. And Axe actually going to miss both survivors. Dan making a run for that drop pallet, knows it's still a safe area to work with. Spitz is here for a hit tank if necessary. Or we use that for distance to main, but yeah, he's going to be cut off from that because of the way that he took the hit. Axe going to give information on where Dan is. It is like a bit of a marker. Will we see a repeat? I was gonna say we're gonna see deja vu. Like, is Dan gonna die the same way he did last time? But no, Spit's gonna take that. Dan holds W, but yeah, he still can't safely make a main building with that break and the double back.
Are they on the same generator? Or is that two separate ones? I cannot tell. Are they stacking or is it two?
I think that is gonna be stacking. The way that it's moving. Never mind, they were splitting.
No.
They were splitting at exactly the same progress. Okay. Never mind.
Incredible.
Brother, what?
Like there was a bit of a difference, but I couldn't tell.
Synchronized, synchronized swimming, but DBD, yeah. Spectator on the chase, of course, didn't give us left it a surprise, and they're gonna leave very comfortably with these two stages now. Very crucial axe dodge there. And look at that, Dan. Swatter's commitment to that chase and the efficiency of the survivors results in 4 stages for Swatter. It'll be a very tough hill to climb.
It will indeed. It will indeed.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Loot bag was in use as well, and that would have meant Nightlight died because of the Blood Warden effect.
The mini Blood Warden would have been fantastic to see. That is unfortunate. That was a solid attempt, though. Yeah.
Yeah, and that would have been 7 stages, 3 fresh, which is good.
Swatter did try. Unfortunately, I believe walked away with 5. Was that?
It was 4
stages.
4 on 2. 4 on 2.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, you can just go play a regular game of Dead by Daylight in the next trial and probably be fine. It's going to be Nightlight on Springtrap, probably almost guaranteed.
I'm gonna keep on being the positive voice and keep on hoping that we get more matches. Just because I gotta be honest, I love casting. So the more matches we get, the more I get to be here.
Aha. Me and Mathis been here all day. I'd like very much to learn. Thank you.
That is very fair.
Yeah, Nightlight going down in that chase was pretty early first stage as well. Considering that was Nightlight's first hook, then we switched tunnel out to Dan. It was very well played from Dan to survive that long, and Spitz coming in with the altruism as well, and the I think he prevented second stage, so you've gotten 3 separate chases out of Dan there, and all 3 were really good. So,
Spitz saved Dan quite a few times, took quite a few hatchets, and sometimes when you see those plays, it's always funny to think that you have to convince yourself as a survivor not to move and to actually take the hit. And sometimes it just comes instinctive, right? That you see a hatchet or a fire axe coming at you and you just want to move out of the way. But if you do that, your teammates is just going to get shot in the back. So you have to convince yourself, okay, I trust me, I'm not going to move, I'm not going to dodge it, I'm going to stand still and just trail you. Yeah, lots of value being created here.
Yeah, you got the item value, and but also just comes down to those chases, especially with the weaker killers. And Springtrap has like high potential with his axe and its trajectory. But yeah, I mean, players at this level, it's always going to be a tough one. But 4 stages, I mean, even with a killer like this, it's rough. It's very, very that's a hard one to come back from. And I think that I know we wanted Umbrella to win. They are the people's champion in this matchup, the underdog. But yeah, 4 stages. I don't know if that's going to be difficult for Nightlight to come through. Yeah, I mean, this was the money shot right there. Dan crossing back over, and he does
that miss also.
He eats it. Yeah, he eats the hatchet. Yeah, it's one of the better phrases.
Well, yeah, I guess this is it. All or nothing again kind of situation. They did clutch the previous set. Who knows? Maybe they're able to pull a rabbit out of their hat and deliver again. I don't know. It's DBD. I feel like we should never say never. It's DBD. There's a million different things that could go in a million different ways. Are the odds pointing to a specific result? Probably. Is Nightlight playing killer an indication of a result? Maybe. Are we still gonna hopefully get surprised during this match? I hope so.
That would be content. That would be content. But I think this is probably like maybe out of the comfort zone for killer players. I don't know. Nightlight obviously is always streaming. He's always doing his weird random killer picks. He's probably got a lot more kind of sight of the weird and wonderful. Is also something that he kind of is part of who he is in comp. Always tries those non-conventional picks. So I think this is definitely more Nightlight's territory than it is Swatter's. And I think that already, like when you have basically nothing really to work with on your Survivor side, then it's setting you up for failure pretty much every time. Now, the longer I talk about how impossible this is going to be, of course, you build up karma and you build up those curses. So it could be that Umbrella bounce back. We'll see, though. We'll see. We are loading in. So the lobby is finally ready, and we are going into the last trial, potentially of most likely the last trial of the series to decide.
Potentially, who knows?
Decide our first lower finalist.
Let's go. Should be a good match, as you said. Nightlight does maybe more practice with the bizarre, let's say, the more unique killers than Swatter. But hey, who knows? Maybe this is a good reason for Swatter to kind of build that confidence or that practice maybe on some more unique picks to bring out in situations like these.
Yeah, it was a tiebreaker for a reason, right? Those ones always a curveball, if anything.
Yep. See, this is the play. This is exactly. We saw the same thing being done. Foxy hook the fire axe on the teleport just to give that little bit of edge. And I feel like even just this small part of the gameplay kind of showcasing that Nightlight knows what he's doing on this killer.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that pipe not going to be slowing Nightlight down, although it was the aim. Making use of this main building distance. Although with enough distance it does become unsafe. And Nightlight just decides to leave. Doesn't want his first chase to be on main building. Creating a scenario where they do have an opportunity to come back into this. Swatter now in chase. We've walked past a few of the progress gens and don't actually have the window on this side. So it could lead to a first hit. It does lead to a first hit. Swatter going to be forced to drop that pallet and try to remain safe for the time being. Should be a fairly safe pallet to have. And he also has this one for safety too on Nightlight. That was such a close hatchet right there. Almost getting the curve over the tile, and hopes and dreams of Umbrella right now on the player who just played and tries to dodge it out. Is going to go down.
Very unlucky. yeah, you cannot concede. You cannot give any hook stages for free. We do see a Foxy Hook coming as the two add-ons for Springtrap being Foxy Hook and the restaurant menu, which reduces the minimum retrieval time by 10% when used on environments. So something to keep in mind as well. Those are the two add-ons with two generators. Starting. Yeah.
We have some terrible news, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, as you can see, there are 2 Jakes in the trial. And that is going to result in a penalty. We're already on a low win con, so that's just going to hurt them even further. Now the 4 stages is now a win for Nightlight, rather than it being a tie condition, due to the duplicate survivors. Of course, being part of the whole premise of running unique survivors so you can identify your tunnel out potentially. But in the rules, it states half hook stage, so they will suffer that one.
Second stage being secured on Swatter as well, and I feel like Nightlight at this point could actually just camp Swatter and go for an extra target and just camp that one, but he still has so much value from these perks that he's not been using. And generators might be going faster than we think they are.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, halfway to win con already. Just a matter of time. Ooh, tries to go for that pot shot. Unfortunately, Grenaut's got too much distance into main building. We'll get this vault off. Actually, no, he gets stuck on the little nook and cranny there. Oh, a good dodge though. Should get an M1 though. Yeah, M1 does reach. It's close, but unfortunately,
we see a save. We see somebody crouching next to him, but Nightlight, to experience, will let himself be surprised with a flashlight or potentially a firecracker. Would have been an interesting play. But 3 hook stages, 1 more to go.
I've been a good Samaritan. Instead of just standing in Grenaut's face, is just gonna actually stay in the door. Never mind, he is gonna go back and he's listening, man. You gotta give him credit. Like, just like, hey, you should camp that. That's exactly what he did. Listening to my good judgment.
I think we're just gonna go on the tunnel on Swatter here. Most likely to play. Should. Okay, I was about to say should be getting that hit for free. Never mind, we changed our mind. We're back to Grenaut.
You can just kind of chase who he wants.
Can he though? It's 1 generator. I mean, if we're gonna see a miracle, it's gonna happen now.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
If we're gonna see a miracle, it's gonna happen now. It's you know. If they're gonna pull some incredible strategy and be the most efficient and the most protective and survivors in history, it's gonna be now. Then I feel like Nightlight felt that a little bit, which is why he made a conscious decision to drop all chases and just secure his generators, because he went from being in a very dominant position to now being an inch away from the finish line, but doesn't have anybody in his sight.
Circumstances for now. They get the reset onto Grenaut, and basically no mistakes really allowed anymore for our survivors. Well, that is the case. They are no longer allowed to make any mistakes. Nightlight just going to patrol these gens because there's really no disadvantage to doing so. The survivors, it just means that the survivors have to come to him, and he's going to force that no matter what. And there he is. He's found Grenaut. Any extra stage conceded will result in the win for Invictus. And we are currently chasing in a very unsafe area. Even this shack pallet.
This is not where. Yeah, this is not where you. This is not where you want to be taking this chase. But we do. No, the body. God, the body block. That could have been disaster. Well, it still might be, but what an unfortunate body block there. if yeah. Well, you want to say
What puts Umbrella? Did you get the last gen done? I mean, considering, you know, like imagine not loading in with 2 Jakes. You know, this is Tycon. This is like, you know what I mean? Like it's still close. It's a really good effort from Umbrella, but unfortunately, that penalty means now that they have lost, and it just comes down to these really small differences in the end.
I feel like Umbrella tonight have been particularly unlucky. We've seen time and time again just world situations just, you know, just not go in their favor, including Bada Bada Boom on Vault, which I will talk about again because that was hilarious. And just, yeah, tonight was just not their night.
Well, they apparently not just in this game, but also in the tournament in general. I've had a lot of fun watching them compete. Because they had a very hard bracket run, which we can have a look at in a bit. But yeah, just really fun series. Back-to-back series, of course. We were graced with Sinners versus Umbrella, and of course Invictus and Umbrella both agreeing to play their semi-finals match if it came to that, which it did indeed. But
close to 5 hours of competitive DBD, given the breaks that we had to take in between. It's a lot.
It is a thank you very much to Mathis, who joined me to cast in the first game and has been producing the whole time. It is a long shift for sure, with lots of multitasking. So big appreciation for him and what he's done today. And yeah, I mean, if we can take a peek at the bracket, Mr. Producer, please, let's have a look at Umbrella, because they 100% have really, really, like they've had a very successful tournament.
They have.
Despite going out the semi-finals, they've beaten top teams. Their first match was against Invictus. They did take it 2-1. I think Invictus had a bit of a weaker roster, but they're still a top team regardless. Dropped down into the losers bracket where they found Praxis, who they swept 2-0. Praxis being one of the top teams at the minute with their roster and just how dominant they've been in this seasons have passed. Then went on to beat Petroleum. Very strong NA team. Momo's team. I'm not sure if they reformed recently. They did disband and form Winter for a while. They came back. This is one of their first tournaments back, and then to go on to beat Sinners as well in the in completely dominating fashion, 3-0. They've had very difficult bracket to go through, and they prevailed, losing to Invictus in the revenge match. And I think they still put up a really good fight, and there's a lot of close sets that we've seen today. It's been a pleasure. Commiserations to them. Invictus are going to move forward into the losers final and await the loser of X9 versus Elysium, who will be the next.
That's going to be a fantastic match. Yeah, that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, 100%. X9 and Elysium, Clash of Titans right there, and then whoever. I mean, even then, you know, you've got 3 teams remaining that are going to be really, really entertaining. So make sure that you follow the stream, get notified of the live action when it does happen. And thanks for joining me, Cam. It's been a pleasure casting with you, and thank you
likewise
once again. Do you have anything else to add before we can hand it back over to our host?
Yes, I promise everybody that I will never, ever, ever ask for prediction from any other caster ever again in the history of this league. I make this promise.
Wonderful. Okay, everybody, it is getting very close to midnight. Keep in mind I got home at 6, immediately started the stream, within 5 minutes of getting home. Been live until just now, and I have to wake up in 5 hours again, so... what a wonderful world, what a time to be alive, what a life to have. It was a very, very close, I mean, even though it says 3-1 on paper, yeah, but it was a very close matchup between Umbrella and Invictus tonight. And, you know, funny enough, it all came down to Nightlight dodging Swatter's axe on the Springtrap set in that exit gate, because Swatter had loot bag, so that would have not allowed Nightlight to escape, and that would have been 7 stages. And even with the penalty, that would have been six and a half stages, and Nightlight was able to get 6. So they would have actually won this, and I'm pretty sure, I'm fairly confident to say that it was more likely for Umbrella winning the Freddy set on the second time around. So that is typically their killer. However, I mean, Nightlight is very aggressive, has a super unique playstyle on the killer, much more aggressive, more dynamic, and that's thrown a lot of teams off in the past. Still no saying, but I want to say that on a rematch, Umbrella would have had better odds than in that first initial set. That is going to conclude the round 4 of, I hope I'm not mistaken. No, it's round 5 already, right? Meaning, we've only got 2 semi-finals and a grand final left for the rest of the tournament. Next week we'll have X9 and Elysium, and then shortly after we'll have the loser of that match going up against Invictus in the lower bracket final. And then in 3 weeks from now, we'll have the grand final of our first tournament. So that we can then finally say goodbye to this test run of a tournament and embrace the great adventures we have up ahead that I would finally like to embark on. But yeah, I don't want to drag this on for too long. Thank you very, very much for your continued support. I'm pretty sure there's actually... No, I think... Nah, it can't... Hang on, I'm opening the stream dashboard because there's something I needed to mention. I mean, obviously in the meantime I can give credit to everybody else. Of course, Zach and Cam for casting with me tonight, then the referees Edi and Maxolotl in the background who've been setting up the lobby and all that stuff, and making sure that teams adhere to the rules, and also making sure that Umbrella get their well-deserved penalty for bringing 2 Jakes for some bloody reason. I have not seen it in a long time. But yeah, then also, scrolling down, XXX, say my name, XXX, thank you for subscribing, as well as to a big thanks to Camel for gifting a sub to Max for this channel as well. So yeah, everybody, thank you very much for your continued support, not just watching, but also subscribing as well. Because, yeah, we do, it is important to get things going, or to keep continuing the work on everything. Then yeah, don't forget, we multi-stream to Twitch and YouTube, so if you want to rewatch the VOD late, okay. Right. And then, shouldn't have said anything. Because there he goes gifting 5 subs. Okay, well, I mean, Cam's in the VC right now listening, but yeah, I mean, thank you, man. Thank you very much for gifting 5 subs to Rapinia, Karina, Quosos, X-Kaizo, and Yorvex. I hope you enjoy the subs, and the ad for viewing now, and the 1 emote I have added so far. Fantastic. I mean, it's obviously going to be more in the future. Yeah, we multi-stream to YouTube. VODs are there forever and ever. So on Twitch, considering we're not partnered yet, it's obviously gonna take a bit of time till we get guaranteed a longer lifespan of our VODs. But even then, it's still temporary on YouTube. It's going to stay forever and ever. And I've also recently drastically upped the quality on YouTube, so it's crystal clear now, arguably as good or even better than on Twitch. So I do firmly recommend checking it out, because onto YouTube you can also see more bonus content, as well as the trailer that we so far got up that Torsolman created. So and if you're there already, why not subscribe? You know, as a dream from the funny Minecraft SMPs would say, it's free and you could always change your mind later. Now back to the Minecraft Manhunt. No, regardless of that, of course we also have a Discord server, so !Discord in the chat. You want to be provided with a link that will take you directly to our community server, where you can reach out to us directly, or also give feedback if you need to, and stay updated on the tournament, read into the rulebook, etc., etc. And yeah, that's going to wrap it up for tonight. I wish you all a fantastic rest of your weekend, and we'll be back with Elysium and X9 next time around. So, until then, this is Mathis, out. Bye-bye.